Hello, everyone. Welcome in for episode 10 of our Project Moon tabletop role-playing game. And the 4 former Lobotomy Corporation managers have set sail on U Corp's lake, braving the waves in search of a big brother, one who trained under Pryor in the past, and who now has possession of the golden bow the managers seek. The 4 stopped in Marlin Port to gather intel, while Pryor brought Meru to a club he once visited belonging to the Twin Hooks. Kai and Mix spotted a familiar face in the crowd, Rinny, or Doctor, the woman who tried to kill Pryor, leading him to distort. And she was holding hands with a woman who resembled Meru, and who refused to come with the managers to see her little brother. But Mix and Kai did not have time to relay this. Pursuing a lead on the specific location of the Big Brother's party boat given to them by Smee, the managers have found themselves boarding a floating gallery of the ring. Questioning what this syndicate has to gain from flaunting their near-suicidal journey into middle-controlled waters, they sit down to witness one of their famed auctions. Perhaps they'll walk out with a new piece, or a few of their own pieces missing. The Maestro has told you to take a seat. The lights have flickered, and it seems the auction will soon begin. But you all have a moment to look around first. There are various exhibits in a special section of the gallery marked for the auction. You can see a piece by a student of the ring named Charles. With what looks to be interactive sculptures that can be opened or broken to showcase some hidden features. There is another piece that catches all of your attention. This one with a focus on body parts, geometry, specifically fractals, and eyeballs, advertised as representing the ring's values. And the artist for this reads P.P. Hermie. And then there is a grayscale graphite portrait of a woman with a distant expression and stars decorating her face, almost as if she is from the cosmos. This piece hangs on one of the walls, displayed by an artist named Ray. Among the various artwork, a familiar sight would greet Meru and Pryor's eyes. There looks to be a cubist pixel art piece of the U Corp beach fight over the sandcastle, but revised to be heavily in the ring's favor. And the artist's name is Stella. And there rests a crude statue made up of skulls with roses on the caves of the eyes. Some of the skulls have fangs, and some don't have teeth at all. And stitches of faces, so many faces, crudely made to a flag with dried up blood, saying, "Art is eternal as blood, pure love." Made by Michelangelo. How does your character feel about the art made out of the bodies, cast in light around them? And managers, would you all like to introduce yourselves?
I would love to. Well, I think Mix is, hi everybody, by the way, before I begin with that, I'm Mix, I'm Wanting from Dragon VTuber, I play Mix. How would Mix feel about the art? I think awe. They're in awe. A little nervous. They aren't really sure how to feel or how they're supposed to feel. It's a haunting place. And they just seem mainly frozen in place, just staring at everything.
And Mix, as you stand frozen in place, Meru, why don't you introduce yourself and let us know how Meru feels about all these pieces that surround him?
Yes. Hello. I'm Meru Online, also a VTuber. And I play the Control Team Department Head Meru. Now, Meru's not the artistic type. I mean, the visual arts weren't something that were exactly nurtured in District 23's backstreets, so, he hasn't had much experience around even normal works of art, let alone the more, unique pieces that are being shown off by the ring. Probably the one that's the most pleasing to the eye to him, or at least understandable, is the one that he sort of recognizes as the representation of the beach fight, which he's not quite sure how to feel about it. He doesn't fully get it. He just kind of recognizes it. But the others, just kind of make him wrinkle his nose a bit, because I mean, like, in all honesty, I mean, even the more grotesque pieces are not something that would, not say that it wouldn't faze him, but he wouldn't feel too, I guess, upset. He's seen some pretty bad things back in his backstreet, so nothing churns his stomach too much or anything. He simply doesn't get how half of this stuff is considered art. But yeah, so he's more confused than anything.
And Meru, as you look about in confusion, Prior, why don't you introduce yourself and let us know what Prior thinks of these pieces?
Hey all, I am a VTuber. Much like everyone else here, I am Prior Year. But today, and as I am every Saturday, I am Manager Prior of the L Corp facility. But on this particular ship, he is Big Brother Prior yet again. And his eyes, much like Meru's, travel across the room. But while Meru seems to wear a look of confusion, Prior's nose is wrinkled and his brow is creased into one of disgust. This room is repulsive to him. The art, if it can be called that, is repulsive to him. He has never understood subtlety, not in the way that the ring claims to be able to. What he sees is a parade of human suffering being warped into the appearance of something more than it actually is. There is no joy to be found here, there is no comfort, and there is nothing of value. Much like the chefs of the backstreet of W Corp, you can dress up flesh however you want. You can't disguise the taste of meat.
And Prior, as you look on in disgust, hi. How do you feel? And why don't you introduce yourself to everyone?
Hi, my name is Kai Calypso. I'm a VTuber, but for, all of these sessions, I play Manager Kai. From the moment that Kai had stepped onto the auction boat, he felt a unique sense of dread washing over him. Having chewed his lips raw and bitten his nails to bleeding, he wonders why the people around him, that their outfits look familiar, even though he doesn't know when he would have seen them in the past. Bodies horribly disfigured, heart still beating, itch the back of his mind, and sweat sticks to his skin as he is for reasons he doesn't fully understand, frozen in fear.
And Kai, as you stand there frozen in fear, you notice there are 3 works together made by one known as the Gardener. It looks almost as if there's supposed to be a 4th, but it is for the moment absent. And you can see an impossibly thin blossom now before you. This rose bends and breaks under the weight of its bones, held up only by needle-thin strands of a lost memory and desire to become something, someone beautiful. The light is harsh on this flower, heated, as if it were to drain away the last drops of moisture within the exhibit's body. Creamy marrow white edges and angles reveal themselves across this flower's form, each joint and muscle revealing itself in turn, each notch upon the spine that writhes with every waking moment, not shatter refined, as if skin were merely placed upon her skeletal form. The exhibit, Anne, is awake. She is more aware than she has ever been, each glare and note, every flaw, bend, notch, scar. She must always know each and every failing in her form, so that she may flourish, to escape the fact that she will never be enough, clinging to this one hope, that to be loved, she must be less.
This woman, what used to be one, speaks to him with her mangled, torn form. Anne is Kai in every way that matters. Ugly, destroyed, and remade in the warped image of someone else's vision. He's been her before, but he feels a unique sense of deja vu somewhere deeper than just relating. His head is starting to hurt.
Do the rest of you... Oh, please, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, but he remains his outward composure. Somewhat.
Do the rest of you walk over to where Kai is?
Prior will... You know what? Prior is aware enough of the last little while that he will probably move to approach Kai as everyone's trying to find where they should be in this little gallery.
Prior, as you approach Kai, you notice these pieces too, and you see a being stands watch of this mortal garden. Steel and joints meet ragged cloth and the crude facade of a scarecrow. A passing glance is only enough to see the form. Jagged blades of iron lodged within the form, mangled and wound threads of steel form many arms that hang to the side, as the neck fails and it remains looking downwards. If not for the pulsating, rhythmic beat from deeper down, there would be no question that this thing was never human to begin with. A cage, cloth parting as stage curtains to reveal the crude mass of flesh and viscera within. Cramped organs beat slowly as the lungs wheeze and crush under their own weight to remain breathing.
Prior freezes. He is halfway between a stride when his shoulders drop so deep that you think his arms might disconnect from their socket and fall against the floor with a fleshy squish. His eyes are pinpricks, and he can feel his heart slowly churn as it matches the rhythm of what it sees behind the curtain. mimicking that beat. Prior does not make it to Kai. He's frozen exactly where he sees this.
As you're frozen in place, Mix.
Yes, Mr. DM?
Do you check on your fellow managers?
I think Mix probably would at this point, yeah.
You see both Kai and Prior are frozen, and as you look, before you is another art piece, firmly rooted in unwoven threads and fibers, each clung and frozen around this cold iron trellis where once was bone, where once was undone is once again new. The threads placed upon a loom into a tapestry that is their body. Vines and petals constrict tightly to any semblance of structure, as what was once you is reformed and broken in the futile and eternal search for perfection. The face that was once yours is no longer a face that is yours, but a mask that was torn and placed anew, as your face is not your face, is not your face, in this body which was surely at some point yours, but is no longer, until it is undone again, and it is once again nothing.
Mix stares for a moment. But if it's Mix is no longer, then there's nothing for them to obsess over. Not Mix. So why even pay it any mind anyways? And I think Mix in their head just tries to deny what is so clearly a part of them.
Mix.
They don't want to face reality, and their hands are trembling, even if they don't want to admit it.
As your hand trembles, you can feel the brush of a wing against your finger for a moment.
Mix turns.
There's nothing there anymore, but for a second it almost felt like the wing of a butterfly had landed there. And Meru, what do you do? As I imagine at this point you've noticed that all three of your associates seem frozen by this particular art piece.
Yes, I think Meru, he very confused. He will make his way over to them to try to understand at least what's going on with what they're looking at, if he can.
Absolutely. You see the same thing that they're all seeing right now.
Yeah. He sees it and he doesn't really feel anything. He doesn't get it. but I think he will at least probably first go to Kai and kind of just gently tap him on the arm and go, Kai, you good?
Kai snaps out of the trance that he was in, at least partially. He's still sweating bullets, and he will turn to Meru and say, I mean, you've been here with me. We've seen a lot worse than this, but there's something I feel like I've been somewhere like this before, but I wasn't observing. I was, and then he gestures at the woman displayed in front of them. One of those.
You can't see Meru's eyes because they're covered by Justitia completely at this point, but you can see the way his eyebrows furrow, and he just goes, oh, as he follows the gesture and looks at the specific part of the piece that Kai was looking at. And you can tell he's trying really hard to understand. But after a few seconds, he just looks back at Kai with a slight tilt to his head, and he's just like, I am sorry to hear that. And he's trying to think of something to say to be comforting or something, but he's just confused. So he'll just give Kai like a little pat on the arm, and but not really know what else to say.
I appreciates the gesture, and though he thinks he's right in what he said, he doesn't fully understand why he feels the way he feels, or how he would even remember when that would have, when would that have happened to him. He doesn't say anything else.
I think keeping his hand on Kai's sleeve, he'll kind of turn to the others and say, I don't, are you all right? You kind of all froze up.
That is the shock Prior needs to squeeze his eyes shut as tight as they can and tear his head to the side. This look of nausea passes over Prior's face, and you can feel like his body suppress a shiver as a hand comes over his mouth for a moment, and he bites down hard enough on his finger to draw blood. Repulsive. I hate art majors.
Right. I think, not knowing what to say, Meru will glance over at Mix to see, kind of just not asking if they're okay again, because he just asked, but he's just trying to kind of parse the situation and figure out what on earth just happened to everyone.
Mix raises their eyebrows at Miro.
Mara doesn't really have anything to say, but
Meru, you might not have anything to say, but you can hear whispers from all of those around, some at the other exhibits, and there are 2 ring students looking at a particular piece. It appears to be a lone golden crown, the center inlaid with a red gem, by an artist simply known as the Usurper, titled The Forgotten King's Crown. And you can hear one of them go, according to the student who made this piece, they were able to physically and forcibly shape a distortion of the Forgotten King into this crown. I heard if it's worn, it could make you look more imposing and, more important, grant you strength. And the student next to them kind of looks skeptical and goes, is that so? It's what I've heard. They said it had a robe, too, that the Usurper is working on. And that they might have it for purchase at the next auction.
We should take our seats.
right, yeah, we should.
Prior knows he shouldn't, but he does look over this crown as he's walking by it. Clearly disturbed, and realizing that he is no longer on Marlin Port. And suddenly his status here means very little. And he hates the fact he knows they're probably getting a kick out of his reactions.
As you all move to start to take your seats, you pass by a row of 9 canvases made from dried human skin standing in a 3x3 grid, each containing a fracture of a head painted with bile and blood. They all seem disconnected and disjointed. It's hard to miss, even if you try to turn away as you're sitting down.
Yeah, Meru does not understand how this stuff is considered art. He does not get it at all. He's looking over at that one, and he just keeps tilting his head like he just doesn't understand.
When Prior sits down on the chair, it groans with the force that he lays himself down onto it. His hand is gripping anything it can get his hands on that is not flesh and breakable. He is stewing in this warmth that churns in his gut. This desire to draw his weapon and strike down absolutely every single person in this room, which he knows is impossible. And so he is forced with quivering arms to just grip the air and imagine their demise inside his own skull.
As you do that, Nyx, Kai, do you 2 go to take your seats beside Prior?
Yeah.
I, still deep in thought, though clearly disturbed by all that he is seeing, quietly meanders over to Prior and takes his seat.
And Meru, as I imagine you've been staring at this, trying to figure it out, and haven't noticed yet that the others have walked off, you hear a voice behind you, not one of the other managers, that goes, "You should change your perspective. See? Like this." As a hand grabs your chin and tilts your head up to reveal a slashed, tortured face staring up towards the ceiling. Do you follow the painting's gaze?
Oh, I think, Meru was initially shocked, but I think he does instinctively.
You find a cadaver stripped of its flesh, looking back down at you, its left hand puppeteered by wires to perform a religious gesture. Isn't it beautiful?
I think for the first time, that actually gets some kind of a reaction from Meru, because in a strange way, it sort of reminds him of the first time he ran into the flayed body of a fixer strung up in District 23's back streets. His childhood memories have largely been lost somewhere in the back of his mind, but all of a sudden he just remembers how quickly he had run away in fear from that scarecrow-like figure, and upon seeing this, he feels a similar feeling crawl up his spine, and it makes him shiver before he realizes that somebody is talking to him, somebody who he doesn't know, and he turns, sees the ring member, and much like he did in his memory, immediately runs away and takes a seat by the others, without a word.
The ring member kind of just lets out a sigh and says, "And Leo worked so hard on it too." Well, and just sort of skips across the room. And, managers, you all have taken your seats at this point. You watch the Maestro step up front and center, and those in the audience at once bow their heads. Do the four of you?
No.
All right, well, Prior does not. Mix, do you bow your head?
Sure.
Kai?
Kai is too lost in thought to bow his head and sits there staring into nothing, staring at nothing.
Meru, do you decide to?
Meru will first look at the others to see if they do it. Seeing that 2 out of the 3 haven't, also doesn't.
All of you, save for Mix, can see the Maestro's gaze for a moment settle on all of you. But then she simply bangs the gavel and then speaks with a sweep of her hand and says, "Let's begin the auction." And presenting our first item from the artist Cyprites, and you all can see a Greek red figure face that appears to be made from bone. And as for the red paint, it is an exact shade to that of blood. It depicts a figure being butchered and processed to make a piece on one side, and the artist painting a vase on the other, both figures stripped bare. And this piece was inspired by a rival artist from outside the ring. Beautiful, isn't it? One that has immortalized this artist, once a rival, but now who has become the artist's greatest work of art. The opening bid is 30 million on. And you can all see people begin to raise to bid on the item, arguing over it.
Prior will attempt to rise a fake bid. As soon as he sees that there is hunger for this item, he's actually going to try and bid money he does not have to make it appear as if he is actively participating, and more importantly, has enough money to participate in this bid.
Absolutely. Would you like to give me I would say this could be a manipulation persuasion and add on your fame?
Absolutely do just that. Difficulty?
The difficulty is a scaling one of DC 1. It's more effective the higher you get.
All right. 5 successes.
You have this room fooled. You've got people thinking that you have money that you absolutely do not have. As you see bids start going higher and higher for this item.
Once he only backs out once he has the room down to like 4 or 3 other betters, and that's when he finally folds with a not a gesture of it's too much money, but more that it seems like it's too much work as he kind of scoffs, locks eyes with one of the bidders who outbids him and mumbles as he gets back to watching.
She goes, and it is sold. And you all see the winner basically go to receive their piece as she says, now let's move on to the second item. This one comes from the gardener. I imagine you all recognize that name, having looked at those exhibits before.
I think the other managers hear the sound of Prior's knuckles cracking and popping as he rests one hand in the other and squeezes his hand tight enough that you start hearing the joints give.
Jeez.
Do any of you react?
Prior all but looks like it is sheer willpower keeping him from springing out of the seat and beginning to cause a scene.
I mean, you can't see exactly what he's doing, but Meru is giving Prior a very hard side eye. Kind of, not angrily necessarily, but more just, I guess in a way, keeping an eye on him. He doesn't say anything. He's not really sure if he's allowed to speak during an auction, so he won't try. But he definitely tries to at least keep an eye on him.
Kai has been slightly hunched over in his seat, clutching at his stomach, not from nausea that'll go anywhere, but nausea that has not gone away. And his gaze does snap up to Prior, hearing, or more so seeing in his peripheral, the reaction that he has, but he does not say or do anything.
Does Nyx do anything?
Yeah, just waiting to see. They don't want to do anything just yet. Yeah, just gonna follow the lead of the others.
Absolutely. Rooted deep through sinew and flesh is the roots of what once was. Woven and latticed tendons burrow what was once Reese in his place as his body grew and flourished, raising in lean, bloody wings as he bends, presenting himself towards us. And the Maestro gestures at the exhibit before you all. In each scar and bulb, there are roots of doubt, the ingrained fear of his own failures, now blossoming as these anxieties flower in gory petals and vines. Watch as it grows and contorts bone into flesh, into flower, into a sheer, impossible mass. There are no mirrors in this exhibit, but even now Reese will recognize himself as the thing he dreaded to become, not enough. And there is a smile on her face. As you all can see this Reese, or what was once him, displayed out in front of you. What a fine work this is. Shall we begin the bid? As once more you all see the people in the audience of the auction start to bid on the piece.
Prior begins to rise from his seat.
Mm.
Any of you gonna stop it?
Can someone else stop him? Kai is not in a state.
I mean, Veru can try to grab his arm and kind of just be in a whisper, just be like, "What are you doing?"
There is a moment where you touch his arm and his flesh is burning hot. Not enough to like harm you, but Prior feels like he has an abnormally high body temperature. But as his eyes snap down to you, these predatory pinpricks, somehow like riding the line between a man about to go on a hunt and a man about to flee in terror. You just hear him suck in enough air to inflate a balloon through his teeth as he sinks back down into his seat.
Sold. And you're not sure if she noticed. Even if she did, you're not sure if she cared. But that smile remains on her face as she sells off this piece to the highest bidder. And this brings us to our next piece, created by Docent Nicholas himself, Angel of Flesh. You all watch and see a sculpture brought forward of two living humans. The angel suspended in the air, their bodies skinned, the flesh removed from their skeleton, and their internal organs on full display under the skeleton, including the brain, eyes, stomach, heart, and lungs, as they hang from the ceiling like a puppet, suspended. The flesh, still moving and fresh, has been rearranged into wings connected to a human's back. Beneath the angel is another human, the skin and flesh peeled off their skull and right arm as they reach upwards, staring at the angel. The right arm is stealthily held up by metal supports in the bones. It's clear the two are still conscious as their tears continue to spill from their eyes onto their bare skulls. Isn't it incredible? The work of a docent. Let's see those bids, the Maestro cries out as she stirs up the crowd, and tears begin to spill more and more from the human and angel's eyes.
Prior is going to shoot to his feet.
Oh my god.
And his voice carries across the crowd. If anyone bids on this, I will take your head from your shoulders the second this auction is done! I set the bid at 1 on.
The room goes silent. most people aren't looking at you and have their heads bowed almost in fear of drawing your attention. The Maestro, however, looks right at you and smiles and says, "Would anyone else like to take this bid?" And Prior, I will say with that 5 from before, I won't make you roll again this time. No one in this room is going to try to outbid you. And she bangs the gavel and says, "Sold to Big Brother Prior. I'll deliver your piece after the auction ends."
Prior sits there, staring at the tears going down this piece's face. And there is nothing he can do. He is surrounded, he is outnumbered, and he has spent his goodwill. I'll let someone else have a fucking turn. And he leaves the room. He needs air. He needs to not be here for a moment. Does anyone stop him?
I don't know if we can.
Do any of you try
That is-
to?
That has always been the question, who can?
I does not.
Well, the Maestro just kind of claps her hands this time and says, "Our next piece, and before our final piece, is the most brilliant performance by Doshel." And you all watch as an oddly bright jack-in-the-box is brought out. The box is about the size of a small dog and sits on a table with a cloth underneath it. It seems to give off a faint light. As the crank handle is turned on the box by one of the ring members, the light gets brighter, but oddly enough, everyone in the same room of the box suddenly hears whispers in their ears. Prior has left the room, but can the three of you give me a DC free willpower check?
Wow.
Oh. Willpower check. Yeah.
3. Yup.
Whoa! Okay, I'm chilling.
Okay, goated.
I love not understanding symbolism.
I'm gonna willpower re-roll my willpower really quick. Goated. Kai manages to pull it together.
Kai manages to pull it together. All right. Mix failed. Meru, you got a crit. Mix. You take a point of superficial willpower damage. And you all start to hear those whispers grow. Except with a crit, Meru, you don't hear anything at all. "She'll make us proud one day. She's the little star of our community, huh? Whatever you need to shine brighter, Adali, will do. Just focus on shining." As these whispers grow in volume, the jack-in-the-box shines brighter and brighter, as if it wants to be the only light in the room. And anyone paying attention will notice how the room seems to be getting darker as well, and very faintly a different set of whispers will join the ones before. Why can't you be like your sister? Just try a bit harder and you'll shine like her. We only want what's best for you, Doe. Your sister even got a letter of recommendation from a feather of a wing, so we know what we're talking about. These whispers darken the room while the praises brighten only the Jack-in-the-Box until a scream rings out from both sides. We just want what's best for you, Doe. Stop ignoring me and running away when we're trying to plan your future. Hey, come back here. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Stop now, Doe. This is your moment, Adali. Shine. Shine and impress the... Adali! The Jack-in-the-Box pops open and a brilliant, radiant, small corpse pops out that opens its mouth and sings a little tune. This little light of mine. As she sings, she gets brighter and brighter, revealing that her heavily mutilated form was trapped in the pose of one reaching for the skies. She finishes her song and is lowered back into the box with no bow, as if the moment for her applause was forever stolen from her. And the Maestro smiles and says, will this child ever reach the skies? How radiant she shines. But back into the box she is lowered, in the dark once more. And the Maestro begins to take the spin on this exhibit. And managers, how do you all react?
Well, you said Mara couldn't hear any of that, so he doesn't really have a reaction.
Yes, he was just able to witness it, but he couldn't hear those whispers digging into his mind.
Okay. I mean, I think from what he witnessed, visually, he's a little put off, but nothing... He doesn't have too strong of a reaction.
As Kai managed to will himself to deal with that, it's not that he's doing well, he just isn't doing particularly worse than he has been since they entered into the gallery. Knowing, or I suppose hearing and feeling what someone's past felt like, definitely claws at his brain a little bit, and his heart aches a little bit for the performer, though it is a corpse now. He stays in his seat. He's not in a mindset, nor is he the type of person to be confrontational like prior. He would not stop the bidding on something like this, even if he was in a state to do so.
X. Do you say or feel anything at this?
Mix is catatonic. They don't say anything. They don't blink. They don't move. They're trapped in their mind right now as visions of what could probably be best described as hell flash through their mind. They're gripping the arms of their chair tightly, so tightly that they start to scrape the flesh underneath their nails, and their fingers start to bleed. Their jaws clenched. They aren't even breathing. They are in the midst of losing sanity. And their jaws clench tightly because if they loosen it even just a little bit, they are going to scream. And they would not be able to stop. They feel something rise up from their stomach and start to get to their throat, and immediately they just start retching.
You two see Mix begin to start retching.
To be completely honest, Meru's not quite sure what to do. Like he sees what's going on, but frankly, he really doesn't know what to do in the situation because he doesn't like what he's seeing, but he's clearly not having the same reaction that the other three have been having. Prior has left the room. Mix is retching, and Kai also clearly is not doing well, and he feels like he's being pulled in 3 different directions right now, and he chooses to go in none of the directions and stays where he's at.
She once again shouts out that it has been sold and says, and now we come to our final exhibit of the night.
At that moment, the doors swing open again, and Prior, wiping something off the corner of his mouth, just heads back into the room, does not make eye contact with anyone, sits back down in his seat, and just stares completely empty behind the eyes, dead ahead.
She looks to you, Prior, and then back out at the audience and says, this one, I think, will resonate with a certain guest in particular. I call it Allegory of Vengeance. And you all see a marble sculpture stuck on a stand and draped in chains that resembles a member of the middle. The lights dim for a moment, and then a spotlight activates, and the optical illusion takes place. You all can see that they're alive, encased in this thin layer of something. So when you look and the spotlight's active, you can see the desperation of their facial expressions, illuminating the fear of what was once such a strong pillar of the middle.
Prior. There is a moment. There is a moment where you can tell that a man has overplayed his hand, and he has realized too little too late he has not left enough gas in the tank to get to where he needs to go. His chest does not rise far enough out of its statuesque position to clearly get enough air into his lungs as Prior recognizes that the suffering perpetuated on this vessel is never ending, and it is targeted specifically at everything he holds near and dear. He opens his mouth. I see you didn't start with a bid on this piece.
He looks to you, smiles, and says, well, after your prior reaction, I figured you in particular might be interested in this one.
He realizes exactly why he was invited in here. He is not a member of this auction. He has been made part of the performance tonight. Well, if I just gave you on, anyone else could offer that, couldn't they? If I just gave you flesh or skin or bones, I'm sure you have plenty of that already. You seem to be in no short supply of canvases, are you?
Go on.
Your art is bleached, Maestro. The harsh lights of this place that you display so proudly are eating away at your exhibits. You can see that, can't you? I'm sure you have a discerning eye for detail.
She sort of hums at that, and you can see the docent sort of move as if almost like upset that you have dared to criticize the maestro's pieces. But she simply puts up a hand and says, and do you have something to offer me then?
Briar feels like he knows of a passage from L Corp's handbook that explains exactly what he's feeling right now. That abnormality gifts, once given, they are long pressed to part with them, even pieces of them. They are attached to one's very essence and sense of self. But Pryor is very good at compartmentalizing and discarding parts of himself. He has done so for many years, and he will continue to be forced to do so. This flower I cultivate upon my crown. No light wilts it. No darkness starves it. I have never given it a drop of water or an ounce of care, and yet still it blooms. I will allow you to trim it from its root and keep it in exchange for this peace.
Gold. She smiles at that and sort of moves closer through the audience, leaving her position to go right up to you where you are in the crowd.
You know I'm not the only big brother in Marlin Port. Do you really have a plan for when the rest come knocking?
Oh, I'm well aware. I must say I didn't expect to see you here. But it doesn't matter to me if they do or not. It's all about the performance. And you can see her hand start to reach for the flower. As she sort of just like...
I imagine I'm going to need to make a composure resolve check.
Yes, please do.
Yeah. Pryor's very soul screams out for him to not let her touch it. And he manages to grab at his wrist. Sorry, I set the difficulty at 3, but I didn't. I should have asked what it would be.
Oh, no. It would... Free works. Free absolutely works for the difficulty.
He places one hand over his other traitorous hand as it tries to reach up and rip her limb from her body. Knowing that even so that it wouldn't be successful, he suppresses his hand at his side with this trembling white-knuckled grip as it feels like his brainstem being torn from the back of his skull as the flower is yanked off the crown.
She holds it in her hands, sort of tilts her head, then smiles and says, I'm sure you're aware what else you've won.
It's not my first auction, Maestro. And before you even offer, I of course accept your tour.
Splendid. Well, I will deliver your pieces to you when I see you then. And I'll have one of our students guide you to the VIP room.
Be careful with the spotlights, Maestro. It's not just the dead that they age quicker.
She doesn't say anything to that bit of advice, but you've noticed she's become transfixed on this flower in her hands, as if you've stopped existing to her.
Pryor feels the thorns around his head stop poking into him, and he doesn't know how to take that. It's a resource like any other to be used. and it has won us an opportunity here. He turns to the other managers and says, the Maestro has so graciously offered us a chance to go retrieve our items from the ring's corridor. I suppose we are getting a tour.
And
Oh, sorry.
oh, please, no,
Wait.
go ahead.
Honestly, I was just going to say, Kai would take that as, I suppose running on autopilot, he would take that as something of an order and, just get up to follow wherever Prior and their tour guide, quote unquote, is going.
Yeah, Prior grasps Kai by the shoulder, not harshly, but with intent, and he says, I can see in your eyes. Can I help in any way?
Kai is shaking a little bit under Prior's grasp. There are a lot of thoughts forming inside of his brain right now, and he's getting close to a conclusion, but he isn't quite there yet. And he, not looking at Prior, but looking down at the ground, will say, when I know what's going on right now entirely, I'm sure that I can find it in myself to rely on you. But I'm not quite there yet. I'm finding it. Let me find it first.
Prior nods his head and releases his grip. I trust in you. And with that, he'll turn to Meru and Mix and say, there's nothing here for us. We should get on our way.
Great. Let's.
Mm-hmm.
The guide approaches you all and says, come with me. And would you all like to follow them into the corridor?
Would Prior like to, or is he going to? Because those are two very fucking different things.
Yeah.
Are you going to follow?
Begrudgingly.
Mm.
Following behind Prior in this moment is like following behind a spring-loaded shotgun. His limbs move with this almost mechanical force behind them. As his muscles seem so tensed, you can see them literally through the bits of skin that pop out from above the collar of his short shirt and below the wrists of his hands.
I think Meru will, as they walk, he'll kind of stay the furthest back, just so he can keep an eye on everyone. Because that's all he really knows how to do right now. So he'll stay in the back as they walk.
You all are led through the door to the corridor behind the curtain, and you see there are countless doors on either side. The student of the ring stops outside one of them and says, "Here we arrive at the VIP room. Please wait until Maestro Artemisia arrives to give a more detailed explanation of the art."
Prior turns and tries to communicate with a glance to the rest that we cannot wait for the Maestro to arrive. So he'll turn back, and with his arms crossed, he'll give Mix a small nod of the head that he's going to need their help. As he turns, leans against the wall, and says, "Come on. How long is it going to take them, Maestro? Why don't you just give us a tour, huh? Walk us around the area, give us a chance to see the galleries. We've bet enough, and I think we've been waiting for long enough."
"I'm afraid that I cannot do so. The Maestro has instructed that you're all to wait here in the VIP room." And the student just sort of, there's a smile on their face, but you can see it doesn't quite reach her eyes.
Prior frowns considerably, and his neck cracks to either side. He rolls his shoulders and seems to be analyzing the situation. Prior is not very insightful, but he is shrewd. First, can I make a wits awareness? Prior is not very aware, but could I sort of get a vibe on this corridor?
Absolutely. Would you all like to make a wits awareness check? Because I will allow all of you to do so, or to assist someone else.
Yeah.
I mean, Kai doesn't have a very big pool for that, but yeah.
Can Prior assist Meru, actually?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Go, my scarab.
Yes. Does anyone else have any
I
awareness?
was gonna say, can Kai also just help out Meru?
Let's go.
Absolutely. I
Alright,
believe
9 dice.
Mix doesn't have any points of awareness.
I don't think so.
Nope. No.
All right. So Mix would not be able to help Meru then.
Alright, what's the DC?
It is a scaling DC, so the higher you get, the more you will notice.
Cool.
Oh my
Most
gosh.
aware man. Most aware man.
Oh, well, with a 6 success crit, you notice that most of the doors in this corridor look to be identical. This corridor goes on for much longer than it should, then you're pretty sure that the ship is the size of. You don't think you are in the ship anymore, or if you are still in the ship, clearly there is something going on here with the space. I will also let you know, too, that all of the doors look identical, but given what you can see of the VIP room that has been opened, you have a feeling that to find where you want to go, you're going to need a guide. So you're essentially, with a crit, I'll give you this. You're going to need someone who can tell you the location of the room you're looking for in particular. And you're sure this person here could do so. But you're also pretty sure that they would need some convincing.
Okay. All right. I think if possible, would Meru be able to, like, it was not so the guide can, like, hear him saying this, but would he be able to, like, quietly, like, tell Prior at least the info that he's realized?
Yeah, Yeah, I'll let you do so. I'll let you do
Okay.
so.
Yeah, so he'll do so. He was in behind everybody, but I think he'll kind of hurry over to Pryor's side and kind of gesture for him to lean down so he can whisper his the information he's realized, so the guide can't hear.
And Pryor will. It's a lot harder to do so without causing a scene now that he is not a big brother and can't, or rather to say that he is not somewhere where being a big brother means no one's going to dare question what he does, but he is still going to try and sort of lean as far down the wall as he can, forcing Meru to maybe reach up a little more than he would normally make him do.
That's fine. He will do so.
And as soon as Pryor hears the news, he will nod his head, look back, and with a grunt, he'll raise himself up to his full height, and looking at the student, he'll say, "We do things a little different in our finger, but you're all about inspiration, right? That's why you do all this. You take on the teachings of your teachers, superiors, mentors. Not sure what terminology you all would use.
Our docents and maestros.
Right. How could I forget? Well, the reason you do that, though, is so that you can reach greater heights of inspiration, right, kid?
The student sort of blinks and then goes, well, yes, I can't hope to achieve the sort of inspiration that our maestro or our docents have, but I hope to one day.
See, let me let you in on a secret, kid. Something that they're not going to tell you at your position, but inspiration is really just a fancy word for experience. The maestros have the advantage of being strong enough that they have experienced a lot of things, but more often than not, I find it's because they've heard a lot of experiences from other people. I've been around for a long time. Maybe I'm a little more squeamish nowadays than I used to be, but the memories are just as fresh in my mind. Have you ever seen what happens to someone when their skin ruptures into limbs? When a person grows beneath another person and breaks out through their skin like a pimple?
The student's eyes have sort of widened, but not in fear, rather in almost excitement at this, and goes, no, I haven't.
I have, kid. And I remember every last little detail, every sound that poor, unfortunate, damned soul made as they were replaced, part by part, piece by piece. Every inch of flesh that was once theirs torn away as new, brand new parts that didn't belong to them were snapped back in their place. I could tell you all about it. But if I'm going to give you that experience, I'm first going to ask that you give me an experience I haven't had before. I want to see something new. And I think I want to see it now. So call this a limited time offer. You show me the Maestro's corridor, and I share with you every single moment of that experience. I promise no one else in the city but me can tell you about.
There is a light in their eyes, and Prior, can you make me a charisma leadership at DC 3?
I love inspiring the. Ow, sorry, my vicious Poda aberration just attacked me. Down, Sarah, down. She is sat directly on my mouse. I am so sorry.
Oh no. It's alright.
Do not bite me, you damned cat. All right, my apologies, my sincerest apologies for the interruption. Yes, I shall make that charisma plus leadership.
No worries at all. Sometimes Poda aberrations strike. With 4 successes at DC Free, you are able to convince the student. She says, "It's the deal then. I can give you a tour of the corridor."
Great. And we could be back before the Maestro even knows that we were gone.
She nods at that and will start to lead you all down. And as you all head down the corridor, is there any words that you all decide to exchange with each other?
Kai will remain silent unless spoken to, so...
Oh, no, I think Meru's already said everything he's had to say.
Yes. Prior does look like he is about to. The second the student turns away from him, there is a shadow that passes over his eyes that looks like he may rip this student apart limb from limb. And it is a expression at war with his hands, which seem to be trying desperately not to reach for his weapon.
The student does not seem to notice this at all. Too busy walking through the corridor. A lot of what they're talking about, I imagine, goes over your heads. But she stops at one of the rooms. And she says, "This here is our depository."
That's where all the art is stored, right?
It's where we store some of our exhibits and some of our upcoming ones that are going to be worked on soon.
Prior turns his head like it is a stone bust attached to his shoulders. come again?
Yes, we have quite a bit of pieces that we didn't get around to making yet. But thankfully, the canvases are all ready and waiting in there for when we can begin.
Supplies you picked up here at Marlin Port, right?
Correct.
Hmm.
The Maestro wouldn't want you all to be seeing the unfinished artwork, though.
No. No, I don't believe they would. I don't. Do you come from U Corp?
The student sort of blinks, looking a bit confused at that, and says, I mean, I myself do not come from U Corp.
It's incredible. It really is just incredible. How little you chose to be here in this moment. You ever realize that all the most important choices were made long before we convinced ourselves that we had a choice to make them?
The
We're
student sort of
all rational actors, kid, doing what is sane and reasonable, what we think is right. But we don't choose what's rational. We just choose how we justify the response. I can apologize all I want, but there really is only one right thing to do. Prior would like to make an attack with his weapon.
absolutely. You can make that at DC 1. Depending on whether or not this hits, you may not all have a need to actually roll initiative.
Ooh,
You got this,
that is
Goat.
4 successes.
4 successes on DC 1. That
Yep.
is
That
going
will
to
be
be
6. That is 6 aggravated pale damage.
Oh, that is this person's whole tracker. So, what would you like to describe? What Prior does as the student is unable to react, and you have dealt enough damage to either make them fall unconscious or kill them.
Without the flowers, the thorns do not tighten. There is no rock to divert the course of the river. No will to intercede with his own. But it is not Prior's will. It never has been. A leader does not choose to let his soldiers die. A leader does not act irrationally. A leader follows the path that will bring his soldiers home, and he bears the weight of their sins, all for the sake of a single good deed. Prior rives the weapon down. And does not go for the kill. Because he still needs something from this sack of flesh and unworthy blood. there is something left he needs to take from them. Because this is not Pryor's first auction. And he knows what this body is needed for. He grabs them by the head as they fall, brings their body to the side of the door, and slams it against it and yells into their ear in a voice that is loud and yet not even slightly angry. Think, or it will be the last thought that passes through your unworthy, broken, battered skull. I will not leave enough of you to be made into art. I will not let enough flesh remain to be a memory. Let me in, or I will break you and consume you until you are nothing more than a part of me.
You hear the unclick of a lock, and you can feel that sack of flesh underneath you trembling in terror.
Pryor discards what is not useful to him, and he moves through the door. They can lie there. It would not be rational to break his pact, after all. And guilt right now is a worthless thing to feel. These people do not deserve it. This city does not deserve it. He will bear whatever he can, because in this moment there are people who need mercy and salvation, and he cannot concern himself with the fates of his enemies if he is to do anything good in this forsaken city. Come on, the Maestro will be back soon. You all were as horrified as I was. This is our chance to burn what we can't save and save the rest before it burns.
I think Meru will hear that, and he will easily follow Pryor. He's not too concerned with the student. He doesn't pull the same thing he did back in the fallen nest of L Corp, where he shot the unconscious person. He simply lets them fall to the ground and follows.
I looks pale in the face, but it has nothing to do with anything that Pryor just did to the person that he believes is absolutely deserving of exactly what they got, if not worse, and will follow Pryor.
Mix 2.
And you all enter the storage room. It is dark in here. It's hard to see. There seem to be something hanging from the ceiling up above. And towards the back of the room, you can hear the rattle of chains. And muffled voices. And Nyx, you in particular can see that spread out throughout this room, there are these white butterflies that almost seem to glow amid the darkness. What would you all like to do?
I wanna say that Kai would wanna look around, but he's not the most perceptive man in the world. So maybe someone else should and he could help them.
May Meru take a look about the room to see if there's anything specific that stands out?
You could make me a wit plus awareness check at DC 3.
Right?
And I will help you out.
Thank you.
Ryer will do the same if allowed.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
He stands at the front of the group, and as his eyes dart across the room, all of them, he holds up a hand, turns to Meru, and tries to keep quiet.
Do I? It was a success. I'm not gonna get greedy. It was a success.
3 successes at DC 3. The first thing that caught your notice is that sound of rattling change and muffled voices. You did not hear it until the door opened, but as you all stand around here, you can hear it getting louder and louder, but not like coming towards you, as if whoever is causing the noise is becoming more frantic. You can see that up above, there seem to be 4 what look to be spotlights, though they're all turned off at the moment. And you can see that there are these dark, human-like figures just lined up around the room. It's hard to make out any features of them with the lights turned off. But you can see that none of them are moving.
Okay. Would Meru be able to approach one of the, approach the figures? I know it's dark. Meru's horns do have a slight glow to them.
Yes. With the slight glow of your horns, as you approach one of the figures, the rest of you would be able to see this. It looks like a marble statue. A marble statue of a little sister draped in chains.
That is very interesting. I think at that point, Meru will kind of, if the others can see him, will gesture with his hand for them to come over to where he is. Because if it's anything like the statue that was in the auction, then they probably would need to see this. Not that they want to, but they need to.
At Mary's gesture, Kai would come over and look.
You see the same thing Mary did, Kai.
And his face pales, not that it wasn't already. Kai is looking worse for wear, at every new exhibit that he sees. Like something's been slowly unlocking inside of his brain, but it isn't a good breakthrough. And he remembers fully and retches inside of his mouth. Or throws up inside of his mouth.
That concerns Meru a little bit. He wasn't expecting that. He's constantly been in this position since they got to this place where everybody seems to not be doing well, and he is so out of his element. So I think as he tries to put tries to put like a stabilizing hand on Kaya's arm again, because that's really all he knows how to do to comfort people, is like pat them on the arm. He'll turn to the others to see if they are also going to come over to figure out what's going on in this room.
Prior has been sort of keeping his distance for a moment. While this has been happening, can Prior be digging around in his gift from containment?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, and I shall make that craft a plus intelligence roll with my bonus. 4. You know what? I'll take that this time. I'm not gonna risk more willpower. I think I might need it.
All right. 5
Prior
successes on DC 4.
Yep, so he's gonna grab 2 pieces of gear. He's keeping it simple this time. It's the old-fashioned classic magical girl hairpins. He is going to toss. He's probably not going to toss them. He's just going to walk up behind Meru and Kai and say, "Both of you, in case things get ugly, and this place is hideous enough." And he'll offer both of you a +2 bonus to your athletics rolls.
Ooh, awesome.
Yeah, Kai will definitely take that.
And
So
having both hopefully snap them out of it for a minute, he'll look between the both of them and say, "The little siblings have to be here."
I think they might be right in front of us.
Prior now looks into the room.
Do you look at where Kai and Meru are looking?
Yes.
You see a marble sculpture of a little sibling of the middle.
And Prior inspect it to see if it's real.
Absolutely. You know what? I think you have craft.
I do have craft.
So you could make me a wits craft roll.
Absolutely. May I add my drive onto this? Prior is, after all, an architect, a creative. Perfect. And I believe we're at 3 right now?
Yes.
All right. Difficulty?
Difficulty would be 3.
Spend the point of willpower, because Prior does care about this. Glad I didn't spend it earlier. That just gets me a success. I'll take it.
As you look at this marble sculpture and inspect it, this is a person. It was a member of the middle. You saw the sculpture before that was presented. That one, he looked to still be alive and conscious. You have a feeling as you're looking over this and inspecting the statue that she is no longer alive. That this statue was once alive, but has gotten to a point where it can't be reversed.
There's a moment where Prior places his hand. Are the eyes of the statue open?
They are. They're open, and her face is twisted in terror.
Prior runs his hands over the face of the statue and closes their eyes.
As you try to, you find that you can't reach the eyes as there's something that has hardened, separating the skin from you. The ring.
Yet again.
Mm-hmm. Please go
Yet
ahead.
again, Prior is denied his satisfaction. But everything seems a little clearer without that flower on his head. We can all agree that this is barbaric. Can't we? We can all agree that this should be answered in kind, shouldn't we? Prior does something that he has not done in years. He reaches to his belt and withdraws a large, dusty tome. There is the sound of a golden lock opening as the pages flip open. Writing appears before him that he never put in the book. But it is the book that knows it all the same. And with precise, surgical hands, Prior makes a new entry into the end of the book.
You know, when Meru agreed to whatever Prior was saying, he actually did not have any clue what he was trying to imply. He just agreed to it. But as Prior does that, his eyes widen behind Justicia, and he doesn't do anything. He doesn't know what to do. But he is noticeably way more, what's the word? I don't know if conflicted is the right word, or if it's just on guard. He almost wishes he didn't agree to it, but, I mean, what he's done is done, and can't stop Prior, so...
There are no innocents on this boat. There is no one who could do such a thing to another living person and not understand. No. Anyone who had the power to stop it had the choice and chose not to. Everyone else would never have chosen any differently. Let's get what we need and get off this damn boat.
Right. Yeah.
You all can still hear the rattling of chains coming from the back of the room.
We should head there.
Mm.
And Prior gestures for them all to lead the way.
All right. Well, Beru will follow the sound.
The moment that they all walk in front of Prior, there is a sound that is best described as a panini press dropping onto a live wire. And if any of you turn around, Prior's hands are cratered onto the floor, and the art piece has been reduced to a pile of gore and bricks on the ground. They deserve to be laid to rest, and that is all I could do for them.
Meru had turned around. His the second the sound began, his horns, they signaled that there was something important happening behind him. So he had turned around just in time to witness that, and he sort of just stares at Prior in a shock that is hidden behind his masks, and then slowly nods his head and turns around.
Prior catches up, blood staining his hands and arms. He makes no effort to wash it off in any way, shape, or form.
The image of Prior covered in blood that isn't his own is kind of a shock to Kai, because it's been quite a while since he's seen that. And in a weird way, to him it feels that it brings him a bit more to his senses. You know, seeing a familiar gore that he knows didn't come from the horrific atrocities that are being committed to create these artworks, if you can call them that, I think is almost a comfort to him. As he continues to trail behind Meru.
You all find at the back of this room the storage area and the canvases that the ring were mentioning. There is a group of little siblings, likely about 10 to 15, I would say. And you can see they've been chained up with their own chains and tied up tight in this room. All of them have been gagged, and these paintings to be made are essentially stored here. And the butterflies that only Mix can see are hovering around. Some of them keep flitting between the links of the chains before landing on the statues surrounding them. And they all sort of instinctively, you can see there's this terror in their eyes when you all approach. Though some of it fades to a confusion of sorts when they realize that you four aren't members of the ring.
How bad is their condition? Can Prior do a quick sweep? Actually, that's probably Kai's more suited
Yeah, I
to
was gonna
figuring
say
that out than
probably
Prior.
me.
Oh, yes. Kai, would you like to make an int medicine check?
Yes, I would. All right. What is the DC?
DC free.
Okie
Can I
dokie.
give an assist dice? I have medicine.
You may.
Wahoo.
Prior also has a dot of medicine.
Yay. Okay. All right. Damn, I mean, it worked, but yeah. Kai will run over and assess the damage.
Mm-hmm. They kind of stiffen when Kai runs over to them. And you can see they are in perfect condition. It seems that their injuries, if any, because here's the thing. You know there's no way that these little siblings went down without a fight. So to find them all in a perfect condition here is very odd. With 4 successes and your knowledge of medicine, you have a feeling that they were probably beaten badly, restrained, so that they couldn't escape. And then the ring probably tended to their wounds to try to prep them for making them into canvases.
Something about all this just doesn't make sense. Prior mutters under his breath, but then he raises his voice, not to a shout, but so it carries across the back and says, "Straighten your backs. Quit your rattling. A big brother of the middle is here. You can rejoice after you are free."
They all instantly, you see relief in some of their eyes, excitement in some of the others, a burning vengeance in quite a bit of their gazes as they hear you speak and they see the book.
Let's get them freed.
Right. I actually have a question.
Yes.
Would Meru, upon seeing these little siblings, would he be able to do a check to see if he hopefully doesn't recognize anyone?
Oh. Yes.
Because
give me a
he
quick
had
wits awareness.
he had a little worry. Not that he cares that much about the little siblings that were at the beach. But one specific one, Brad, for some reason had stuck in his head because he reminded him of someone, and he just wants to make sure that he's not there. So I can do a wits awareness?
Yep, absolutely.
What would the DC be?
The DC would be a DC 2.
2? Okay, cool. I will do that. Cool. Is Brad there?
You do not see Brad among these siblings. You also do not see little siblings, Anya, B, or Bonnie among this group.
Oh, good. Yeah, no, I think Meru, he was sweeping over the group, looking to see the red hair, doesn't see anything, and then sighs in relief. And then looks to Prior and says, "Yeah, no, we should get them out of here."
A vengeance has been recorded. Retribution will come. I could begin listing off the crimes they've committed. But it would take me far longer to recite what they have done. The acts they have committed against you all who did nothing but serve loyally, than it would for me to crush their skulls with my bare hands. But I am here, first and foremost, to save my family. So let's bring you from your binds. Off this ship. Off this floating coffin that we will bury the ring within.
You can hear them trying to cheer. You can hear like the muffled like, "Mm!" Like they're all in agreement with you on that.
A prior will approach, and I guess we'll begin trying to free them. I mean, we have ego weapons. I think we could probably deal with like whatever's binding them.
Yes, no. As you approach and go to free them, you hear footsteps.
Shit.
And then a voice. You got yourself knocked out? And a head peeks into the room as you all see the docent from before.
Shit, it's that weirdo from before.
You all know the art pieces are off limits, right?
Goodness, are they? No one told me. I'm so very sorry.
Well, it's all right. I can lead you back to where you're supposed to be.
You know, that's a very, very generous offer of you. But I have a counter proposition.
Oh?
I break every bone in your body, drag you to where you turned my sibling into an art exhibit, and I leave you there for the rest of the middle to arrive and bury you. How does that sound?
You're funny.
I was told I used to be quite the riot. I don't think you're gonna let me leave with my family.
Nope.
No.
But you could join them.
You know what? I think that's what you should try.
The docent has a paintbrush you all see in his hand that he sort of twirls around. And there are two students flanking him on either side. They seem much more concerned than he does as he points his brush towards the four of you and says, I think you'll all make for really good art exhibits. You know, I wonder if I make an exhibit of a big brother, do you think that would get me promoted?
I think when they scrape your remains off the wall, it will make for quite an exhibit.
Let's see if this is the world where that happens. And would you like to all roll for initiative?
Sure.
Yeah. I sorry, I frankly should I frankly should have said something like immediately after Pryor stopped talking. I just didn't want to interrupt his fire.
Oh.
Could Kai speak to the docent before he readies to attack.
Absolutely. It looks like the docent's waiting for all of you to come at him. He's simply bouncing back and forth on his heels.
Absolutely. We can totally roll initiative first if you would like to. Like that's
No, feel free to say what you'd like to say.
Yeah, Prior looks like he's about to go, and then Kai's suddenly like, whoa.
Sorry. When the docent talks about making all of them art exhibits, especially mentioning Prior, but it sets something off in his mind because he has been, and he looks at this man and he says, I've been here. I've been here. You did this to me already. You did this to me, and I was a child. You put me out on display. You ripped out my fucking teeth and my nails. You pumped me with poison. You made me a freak show. How could I have forgotten that you did this to me? And it doesn't really matter that it wasn't him who did it. Kai knows this docent has to die for the atrocities that he and his predecessors committed. Shaking, Kai looks at him with like a predatory gaze. And he says, "Know that your disgusting acts of barbarity are the reason that one of your artworks kills you in the end." And once Kai rolls for initiative, because I'm pretty sure he can only do this when it's actually his turn, he will tear into his throat, injuring himself quite a bit, enough to enter into his berserker state. The pool of red that gushes from his neck shimmers, a scene that the docent might find beautiful, though Kai plans to extinguish the light in his eyes before he can enjoy the display.
Whoa! You can't see the light in his eyes as they are closed.
Mm-hmm.
But his mouth widens. He raises the brush and he says, I have to meet the artist who worked on you. Hey, you'd make a good one of us yourself. Maybe another world. And if you'd all like to roll for initiative.
Damn.
And we'll have a certain helping hand joining us at the end of the initiative order. Let me just pull this up. Mix. You act first. What would you like to do?
I think Mix is shaking, and they draw solemn lament. And they just shoot at the docent.
All right. It's going to be to hit the docent. A DC 4. So that's going to be... Oh, just so you know, the handgun, that was the white damage handgun. So I just wanted to check if you wanted to shoot with that one first.
That's fine.
All right. You're going to be doing on 6 successes, DC 4. That will be 5 aggravated white damage, reduced to 5 superficial white damage, and then halved. As the docent takes 3 damage. And sort of looks at the butterflies that are fired towards him. And he just kind of like smiles and says, "Ooh, that's such an artistic choice to use butterflies as bullets." And for the black damage, 4 successes on DC 4. So that is going to be, I believe, 1 aggravated black damage, which is taken normally. One sec, I messed up the docent's tracker. As you fire, and would you like to describe what happens when Mix fires the guns at him?
It's not so much the firing of the guns. It's been done hundreds of times by now. But Mix shoots, and then they're breathing heavily. They feel dizzy and unsure what to do. They kind of like step backwards a bit. Might hit a wall. Starting to sweat. They're scared.
Are you afraid? The docent just grins at Mix. And one of the students rushes forward towards Kai. And will attack. Can you make me a DC 4 Dex plus Athletics?
Yep.
You got the +2 bonus.
Yes. Right, to athletics, yes. I'm so sorry, what would you... I mean, it's not that it really matters, but like... No, I'll just write bonus for the custom modifier. I was just gonna ask prior, like, what he would name the custom modifier. Whatever. A DC, sorry, 4.
DC 4 to dodge.
Please, we're willpowering that. Okay. Kai just manages.
You manage to dodge as the paintbrush sweeps towards you, but you're able to evade. And next to act is Prior.
Prior is going to begin by gripping the blade and stealing his resolve, as he is going to attempt to activate Life for a Daredevil, increased agility upon himself.
Absolutely.
He is going to throw Desperation onto this because Prior is in a very one-track minded state. He succeeds. As he grips the blade, blue flames wreath along it and ignite behind Pryor's head before they flicker out for a moment, and he moves with an increased blurring speed as he is going to blitz by both of the foes, weaving between them, crossing the docent's path. He simply mutters a "wait your turn" as he stops behind them to the student who would have had free pick of who to attack next, but with Kai engaging one, he quickly moves to lock down the other as he brings his blade up, and as he plants his feet and slashes it across. He's not like he was when he was losing his sanity. There is no joy in how Pryor swings, but there is a lack of restraint that there was before. He is freed from the shackle one sin put on him, the shackle that made him act against what he knew was rationality. And so instead he strikes to kill, because there are many, many folks in the city who have long passed a point of redemption, and regardless of if Pryor is one of them or not, he will strike like they are.
Absolutely. Go for it. And the DC is DC free to hit this student.
Five successes.
DC free. You are doing 5 aggravated pale damage. This student goes down. Would you like to describe what happens as before the student can even react, sort of trying to position themselves to hold up the paintbrush and hit back? You already would have cut through them. And how does Pryor?
Sorry, yes, Pryor thinks for a moment, a long moment. And honestly, there is a surgical efficiency in his strike. He brings his blade down, like he were about to sever flesh as easily as if it was a knife passing through butter, and though the strength in his arm is not what it used to be, the edge of life for a daredevil is meant to do one thing, and it does it very, very well.
Pryor, do you kill this student?
Ugh. A trembling hand grasps the blade, and the body drops. Who's to say if they're living or dead? Will anyone in the room even bother to check?
And as the body drops, we go to the docent. The docent looks around and seems to not even care that their student went down as he rushes over high and towards Meru and Nick And this docent can take 2 actions in 1 turn.
Oh. Convenient.
As Meru, the docent gets up close to you. And can you make me a DC 4 Wits plus Occult?
Oh.
As the docent leans in close and says, I've seen them, you know. All those possibilities, and among them yours.
Okay. Well, actually, I have Occult, so this works. Wits plus Occult, DC 4. Okay. Oh! Meru has no clue what that means.
You don't know what it means, Meru. But you can feel something creeping in your skull. And Mix, the docent darts around Meru and swings with the paintbrush. I think you'd make for such a beautiful piece. And can you give me a DC 4 Dex Athletics to dodge this attack? Two successes on a DC 4. Would you like to willpower? Mix, you take 1 aggravated red damage, and 3 stacks of bleed are inflicted.
Mix throws up.
The docent sort of just laughs, and you can feel their hand brush against your tail for a moment. As we pass to Meru.
Yes. Alright, May Meru move just like a little bit?
You
be allowed to like move like here?
Absolutely.
I still don't know how to turn the nugget.
Oh, I can turn him for you.
Please do, thank you. What would be the DC if I wanted to activate Justicia?
To activate Justicia, the DC would be a DC 5.
Please, okay. That's fine. I would like to try. To activate Justicia. DC 5, come on. Gonna willpower that. Whew, okay. No. This person, he doesn't understand what he's saying, but this person is guilty.
Oh my gosh, yeah, with 6 successes on DC 5, you absolutely believe.
Yes, no, absolutely. Whatever is going on here, this guy in some way made Kai upset and has now made Mix upset. And with that, Meru is going to fire magic bullet at this docent. Let me see. Add the modifiers. What's the DC to hit?
The DC to hit the docent is a DC 4.
Magic bullet. Come on. Oh, wait. Wait.
Oh
wait.
my God.
No, wait.
You got a willpower.
Yes.
Yup.
One more. No, the Meru he's pissed. He's pissed off. Absolutely not. He's sick of not understanding what's going on here.
11 successes on a DC 4. That is 11.
That is 7.
Wait,
No, Dad,
yeah,
that's exactly 11 aggravated black damage.
aggravated black damage. Oh gosh.
Did they
Let
die?
me see.
Come on, Meru.
The Docent is taking. The Docent is on his last legs. Would you like to describe this shot?
Yes. No. Meru. No hesitation here. He lifts up magic bullet. And he can feel it thrumming. In his grip as he raises it, and with Justicia active, there's a cyan glow as the portal begins to form from the end of magic bullet, and as always, with the crackle of electricity, it flies and shoots the Docent right in the chest. And that's there is no feeling whatsoever behind that. This person needs to die. Point blank.
The Docent, despite taking this brutal hit, despite the fact that you can tell he's very badly injured, is still smiling and sort of goes, what a fascinating feeling. As we pass to Kai.
Hi. Kai's entire body shuddered when the Docent had said that he would have made a good student. And it wasn't until he was attacked by one of the others that he managed to snap out of it. After clawing into his own neck, putting him into a berserker state, he's going to lunge back at the same student that tried to hit him earlier, and attempt to get rid of the last of the Docent's allies.
Absolutely. It's a DC free.
Alright. Yeah, okay, sorry. Is it I'm sorry, my brain is short-circuiting. Is it Cobalt Scar and Gift active that I check off?
Yes, because you have
Okay.
injured yourself.
Yup. Alrighty. I can do better than that. Yeah.
Let's go.
And Kai will lunge to kill, if he can kill.
6 successes on a DC free. You are doing free with your gift active. That's 8 aggravated red damage. That is enough to kill this student.
Fantastic.
Would you like to describe it?
With wild eyes, not so much because he was attacked, but because of what was said to him earlier and the overwhelming feeling of dread and hatred when those memories fully rushed back into his brain, like they had been held back by a dam for years and years. I think Kai lets out as much of his aggression as he physically can onto this. I would call them like poor student, but honestly they deserve it in Kai's mind entirely. And he eviscerates them into a fine red mist.
And as this student is eviscerated, and we go to the end of the turn order, 2 things happen. The first is that our helping hand redeem comes in as a certain intelligence specialist. Who knows what Allison Kacha may have been doing here? Perhaps trying to figure out information on the ring. But she enters and sees all of you fighting. And let me grab our fixer friend as our Corp's intelligence specialist enters the scene and looks around. And the second thing...
Pryor almost drops into another fighting stance. He looks, he doesn't see a ring on their finger. And as he catches their eyes, he goes, "Oh, what another conveniently timed fixer."
She just kind of blinks at that and says, "I'm not sure what you're talking about, but it looks like a fight's going on here. And I'm not a friend of the rings either."
And then we're allies today.
She nods her head at that. And you all see more students of the ring who likely heard what was going on at this point and flood into the scene. Give me one moment. As you all see 3 more students enter the room. Their paintbrushes at the ready. And looking as if they're ready for a fight. And I shall enter them into the initiative. As Allison looks to Pryor, who addressed her, and says, "Let me know what I can do."
Pryor has his blade in his hand. It drips red with blood, as do his hands and arms, as he says, "You don't need to put them on a canvas, but you need to put them down."
Understood. And Allison's gonna turn to this student here. I just did our rolls. Oh my gosh, she got a 10 in her strength.
Oh, okay. Woo!
Yeah.
Woo!
Yep. 4 successes as Allison attacks this student of the ring right here. And this student is gonna be taking 4 successes on DC free, so that is 1 aggravated damage. And we next go to... We skip this student who they just entered. Mix, you are up.
Mix will try to shoot the docent.
Absolutely. That's going to be a DC 4. Would you like to willpower?
No.
Oh!
5 successes on DC 4. So the first one, the gun that deals black damage, misses. But your second one hits for a point of aggravated white damage.
Oh, but that should physically impair them.
That does physically impair them. As the docent is really looking not too good at this moment. Physically, at least. And this student of the ring looks around, and I feel like this one remembers you, Prior, from the scene you made before during the auction, and runs at you.
Yeah. Prior spins with his blade drawn. There is no bloodthirst in his eyes, but there is a steely dedication to following the natural consequences of his actions.
Can you give me a DC 4 Dex Athletics to dodge?
Absolutely. Sorry, what? DC 3?
Sorry, DC 4 Dex Athletics to dodge.
DC 4, thank you. And I will have, and I have my +3 enhanced ego bonus. Still failure.
Would you like to willpower?
I want to save my willpower. I'll take the damage.
All right. You take 3 superficial red damage and have 2 stacks of bleed inflicted.
All right, so that's 2 superficial on his tracker and 2 bleed.
Right, Mix is still bleeding. Mix, you do take another 3 red, superficial red damage when you attack.
So half to 2.
Yep.
For each attack.
Oh no, just for the one action.
Yep. 3 superficial total. And yes, that is that student's turn. As we go to your turn, Prior.
All right, Prior sees that the battlefield is marred. The Docent is the biggest threat, but these students cannot be allowed to run wild. Prior steals his nerves, brings his blade back, and basically walks through the student in front of him, trying to impale his blade all the way through their chest. It has been a while since Prior has felt so much blood drip through his fingers. DC to hit?
DC to hit will be a DC free.
Absolutely. And he only has 2 sacks of bleed right now, right?
He does. So he's going to take 2 superficial red damage.
That's fine with me.
Oh gosh.
I could go. You know what? Prior is going to go for the kill, and he's going to spend the willpower. This is why you save your willpower.
Absolutely.
That is going to be 7, difficulty 3, 7, 6, 5. So that is 4, 5, 6, 7. That is 7 aggravated pale damage.
Yeah, this student, this one right here, right, is down.
Yep. Yeah. Prior steps forward, brings the blade through. There is the sound of blood pouring out, and as Prior pulls the blade clean with a jerking motion, he shoves them onto his back. He does not check on their health as he turns to face the last student unmarked, holding his bloody, bleeding blade out with this fatigued, mournful expression on his face, but not an ounce of mercy in his eyes. You're getting exactly what you deserve. The rational consequences of your actions. I didn't make the choice for you. I simply did what a leader must do.
Whoa! The docent kind of peers over at you. And despite the fact you can see the bullet hole from Magic Bullet and how injured they are, they're just grinning at you, Fire. And they're like, so this is what it's like to see a big brother in action. Scary.
Take the memory to your grave.
Will you take it to yours? Ben Pryor, can you give me a DC4 with the Colt?
Oh, shit. I think instead, Pryor is going to, crumbling bits of armor seem to flake off of his arm, and gaze begins to crawl up his neck as he forces his mind beyond reproach. He plants his foot on the floor and gazes into where the docent's eyes are hidden by lidded lenses, and all he can imagine in his head is those eyelids he wasn't even able to force close. And as he gazes holes into them, I promise I will be the last man alive who remembers your sorry excuse for art, you uninspired derivative, lacking inspiration, futile, deeply transient, completely unworthy, absolutely meaningless cretin. And when the dust takes your body far into the earth, I will make myself forget you. Just so I know that I am the one who puts you away from this world forever.
Whoa. The docent. I don't know if looking at you is the right word. But you know there's more ways to gaze at someone than with eyes alone. As his smile just seems to grow more, opening this time to reveal rows of teeth. And he simply says, what a scathing criticism of my art.
Lie in a coffin of your own consequences and leave my family alone.
I don't regret where these consequences lead us. And the docent raises the paintbrush as he takes his second move. And rushes at Meru.
All right. Let's see. You said
DC 4 Dex Athletics.
okay, and I have that bonus, right?
Yes.
Fire.
You do still have Justicia turned on.
Oh, yes, you also have the ego gift, yes.
I don't think Justicia helps here. It's just the ego.
Oh, yes, it's a
Fire.
dodge. My bad, yes.
Yes. Let's see. quick question. When I add the custom modifier, does it automatically add it to my roll?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
It automatically adds whatever value you put on the number side to your roll.
Just making sure. Whew. Okay. We dodge. I think Meru, when he dodges, if he can, will hop backwards if he can.
He's able to.
Okay. Yeah. No, Meru, his prosthetics are firing off at just the right times. He's able to sense that Docent coming because he's been locked onto him the whole time, and is able to easily jump back.
The Docent just laughs at that. You're always running from things.
How's that supposed to mean?
They just kind of rock back and forth on their feet as they seem to prepare to go in again with another attack. And Meru, it's your turn.
Yeah. We're firing magic bullet. Simply.
And as you do, you all feel the light wash over you, and all of you can heal a point of health damage.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
Alright.
Prior's body recovers, yet his spirit remains shaken.
What is the DC again?
The DC to hit the Docent is
Yes.
a DC 4.
All right. I want to kill this guy. Can I kill this guy? With a crit?
With
Another
a
crit.
With an 8 success crit on a DC 4. That is more than enough to kill this guy. Would you like to describe?
When the Docent spoke to him, Meru did not reply. It's pretty simple. He's heard enough from this guy. He raises magic bullet. And once again, no hesitation. Just like the last time. Aims. The portal forms, and he fires. And strikes him right through the heart.
There is a smile frozen on his face as the bullet strikes true. And the corpse falls to the ground.
Meru will stare at the body for a brief moment. But then we'll turn back to the rest of the fight. See if he's needed elsewhere.
And we go to Allison, who is locked in combat with this student and rushes to attack them, dealing 5 success, DC free, 2 aggravated damage. This student is looking worse for wear as Allison engages in combat with them, a impassive expression on her face. And she says, "I've got this one handled." And Kai, what would you like to do?
When Kai sees Meru dispose of the Docent, he does feel something of a sense of peace wash over him. And he just kind of hopes against hope that if they dispose of this small army of students that there won't be a third wave of them, but he knows that they can handle them at this point. He's just hoping the Maestro doesn't show up. And he will move to attack this one.
Absolutely.
Kaiden is no longer in Berserker mode, so what is the DC to hit?
The DC to hit will be DC free.
DC 3. Okie dokie. I will be filling up my... Yeah, okay, whatever.
Would you like to use that last point of willpower?
Yep, I did, yep. And I hit, so...
You do hit. You strike this student, and you are dealing 3 aggravated red damage. It isn't enough to kill him. But would you like to describe as Kai, you're staring down the face of someone from a group. You know what this group did to you.
Though Kai is honestly probably a bit of a hypocrite, as he is deeply familiar with being a willing participant in violence against others, the grotesqueness of their actions is not something that he can understand, you know, the joy that comes from it. And as he slashes into this person's torso, it's not just that he feels no remorse like usual, but there is almost kind of like he's avenging the hypothetical and definitely very real, just Kai doesn't know who, victims of this person and their constituents. And it feels right to be hurting this person. Yeah, as he claws into their guts, but not actually murdering them, just leaving them quite worse for wear.
Yes, you can see this person sort of look down at their guts, and unlike how the docent reacted, there's a bit of horror creeping into their face. As Mix, we go to you. There are 2 students that remain. Which one would Mix like to target?
Mix would like to shoot the one in front of Kai.
Absolutely. It's a DC free. Would you like to willpower that? As 2
no.
successes is not enough.
They miss.
Nix, you attempt to fire, but I imagine they're struggling here. As the butterflies don't reach their mark. And the student acts again, lashing out at Kai. And you can make me a DC 4 Dex Athletics to dodge, as this student kind of looks down at the injury you've left, and then just kind of raises the brush and says, I must continue to paint.
And then Kai has the bonus 2 dice for athletics. DC 4. Okay.
Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
Kai does not find it difficult to launch himself, I guess, out of the way of this student who while they definitely had a lot of vigor slicing at him, their entrails are currently their outrails. And that tends to slow people down a little bit. Kai refuses to give this person the satisfaction.
This person completely misses you, and you deny them that satisfaction as prior. It's your turn. 2 students remain, one locked in combat with Kai, the other locked in combat with our helpful hand.
Prior feels where the deep cut has left him bleeding. But it is not rational to tend to one's wound until the work is done. Drawing his blade, stalking across the battlefield, he turns in on the student that Allison has cornered, intent on ending it to free up more resources. Prior will strike.
Absolutely, it's a DC free.
And he will take that. Another 2 superficial damage.
Yes, from your bleed as the wounds open up.
That is going to be 5 aggravated pale.
That's enough to down this student with the injuries that she already has from Allison.
As Allison is locked in combat, Prior simply comes out of left field, like for a daredevil, cleaves through the air, and Prior does not even slow down walking as he turns and directs Allison's gaze to the last one behind them. The battle is almost won. Do not let up now.
I had no intention of doing so. The docent?
Steel trap. Yeah, the steel trap closes on the last student.
Yep, and Meru. There's one enemy in this room still standing.
Yup.
And there's no one in your way.
You're right. Unfortunately, no Justicia here, but because it's already been used up. But what's the DC?
The DC is DC free.
Okay.
Oh my god, 7 success crit.
Maru's mad.
DC free. That's
He's mad.
11 damage. The student is not alive. Would you like to describe?
I don't think there's much to say. I think I would like to imagine Der Frasius is quite happy right now. Maru's not hesitating on these shots.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's the same story as always. Raise magic bullet, portal forms, blue electricity sparks, person dies.
And the corpse falls to the ground. Allison looks at all of you, says, "This isn't the room I'm looking for." Well fought. And turns to go.
Best be on your way. We didn't see you and you didn't see us.
She nods at that. And leaves.
All these fixers in the strangest places in this city. I'll free the siblings. You all do your work.
Right. I think Maru will give a glance to Kai and Mix because he knows they weren't doing well. Just to kind of briefly check in before Maru would like to do what he normally does when he's allowed to, which is loot bodies to see what they have, but he does give a glance to the two of them to see if they are all right. Or at least holding up.
Kai is not well, but better than before. just knowing that some of the awful people that are continuing the work that made him into the monster he believes he is now are no longer able to do the same to others.
Mix is quite bruised, and blood has been pouring down their face. They seem pretty beat up, and they keep clutching their head and wincing.
I'm sorry, we have like a moment of peace, and I think in total we have 8 healing ampules. Do each of us have 2? Is that the...
Yes, we split it.
Yes.
We split.
Yes.
We split it so that everyone was holding on to. Or sorry, I believe Kai and Pryor are holding on to 3 because they're the ones who can actually deploy it, and then.
Okay.
Yeah, Meru
Yes.
and Mix were both holding on to 1 just in case, so we weren't ever left without any at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yuna had given them all to Pryor. I imagine Pryor distributed them. Mix and Pryor are still bleeding. Mix still has a bleed count of 3. Pryor still has a bleed count of 2. So they will need to be healed with an ampule or a medicine check. I will say, you all know the Maestro is still around. You imagine you're not going to have the time to do medicine checks without risking being caught.
Or could we do medicine checks just to stop the bleeding, not to actually do full healing?
Yes, yes. If you'd like to stop the bleeding itself, I will allow a medicine check.
Okay. Yes, I would like to do that then for I guess I'll have to do one for I'll do one for both Kai and both Pryor and Mix.
Yep. So if you want to do one that's DC 2 for Pryor and int medicine to stop the bleed.
Okie dokie. All right.
With a crit, I'll say Pryor's able to heal a point of health damage.
I will gladly take that. Thank you.
And then Kai will make his way over to Mix.
And that's going to be a DC free because Mix has free count of bleed.
Okie dokie Loki.
And Pryor,
oh shoot!
no, it's just
I'm
not
sorry.
needed. No, Nessus Dice is not needed. You got it.
All right.
Yep. So Mix is no longer bleeding.
All right. Let's get. Oh, sorry, Meru, you speaking?
Okay, while that's going on, may Meru loot the bodies.
Absolutely. As Kai tends to Pryor and Mix. Meru, would you like to loot the body of the docent?
I absolutely would. What's the roll for that?
The roll for that
Like to see if there's anything that he finds of use.
would be a wit survival.
Okay. Wit survival. Okay. And what's the DC?
It is a scaling DC, so a DC 1. And the higher you get, the more you find.
Oh, got a 2. I'm not gonna use. I've used enough willpower.
With a 2, there's one thing you find. One thing that sticks out.
Okay.
It is that pendant the docent is wearing. A necklace that looks like this.
Cool. Interesting.
Would you like to take a look?
Sure. I mean, maybe it's like the last time I ever found a necklace, it was pretty valuable. He got some on from it, so yeah, I'll take a look.
Meru, you peer into the open pendant of the necklace, but are immediately flashed with one of the tenebrous spotlights that was hidden inside. Everything around you, from the art pieces to the docent and even to the other managers, fades to darkness, save for the pendant. Inside of this necklace lay various glass shards, all lined with what looks to be a silver filling. But after the spotlight takes effect, its true color is revealed. A saturated sanguine ooze that leaks over the edge of the cracks in the mirror. The shards inside react as well now, showcasing tiny, unidentifiable seams. But the more you attempt to blink the darkness away, the larger the shards seem to grow. Before you know it, they've completely overtaken your field of vision. And as you stare at the glass, you find yourself staring back over and over again. Like that of a broken mirror, fragments of yourself surround you in the suffocating darkness, no matter where your eyes dart to. Meru, would you like to know what you see in the shards?
I have a feeling that I don't have much of a choice here, do I, Mr. DM?
In one world, you catch a glimpse of a teenage version of yourself covered in splattered blood. Brandishing a rusting knife, your utter self digs the weapon into the gut of an old friend as tears drip onto her cheeks. Before the light fully leaves her eyes, a gunshot blares from behind you, and you watch yourself slump to the ground with dulled eyes, still gripping onto the hilt of the knife. In another, you watch in horror as you sit slumped in an oppressive, crimson-stained room, surrounded by machinery and slabs of unidentifiable meat. Blood gushes from the slit in your throat as you lose all strength in your limbs. But there's someone else at the table in front of you, and you can't help but follow your utter self's gaze, just in time to see a familiar hand, one that had previously been attached to the arm of the sister who raised you, be unceremoniously chopped off at the wrist with a butcher knife. The butcher, a man whose very presence makes your own blood run cold, interlocks his fingers with the severed hand and lifts it up as if to mock your utter self. And you force yourself to look away before your sister's corpse can be turned into a pile of ingredients. You turn around, but are immediately met with more versions of yourself. In some of them, you recognize those around you, whether they be those from your past or those from the present. And in others, you are completely and utterly alone. You can see yourself with a metallic greatsword in one hand, fighting back to back with someone who looks to be mixed, but lacking the horns and tail from the ego corrosion, wielding a flaming bat, perched in position, aiming a sniper rifle. Kyre's familiar commanding voice comes through the earpiece you wear. A man who looks like Kai slings an arm over your shoulder, both of your bodies coated in black ink and black shirts unbuttoned as you stand atop corpses. A lone Meru wears a suit of a company you've never seen before, boarding a bus. Another tags along his sister, both clad in the chains of the middle. Each shard holds another you. There is nowhere to hide. You are unable to escape yourself. What do you do?
Whew. Meru feels quite overwhelmed right now. He has no idea what's going on, only that he keeps seeing his worst fear play out over and over again in different ways. I mean, he can't even bring himself to speak, to try and call out for help from the others. And I think as he continues to gaze out at all of these different versions of himself, he even starts to question if the people he wanted to call out to, and that being the other managers, were even there to begin with. Or if he was even there to begin with. Like, what if them and himself were just another fragment of these worlds he's being forced to witness? And I think at that he grows a bit frantic when he's unable to find anything that can anchor him to the person he actually is, because all he can see right now is himself succumbing to a terrifying fate over and over again, or, well, at least that's what he assumes is happening. It's what his mind is focusing on. If possible, I mean, would he be able to, I don't think he can, but would he be able to search for some kind of escape anyway? Or just, like, if he can't get away from all of this, then is there some fragment that he can see that he can at least bear to look at?
You try to find some escape from it all, only to see another world, and then another, and another. But then amidst the chaos, your eyes settle on one version of yourself. Standing out amongst your damnation is an oasis of a world. Your other self is cloaked in magenta, flanked by familiar faces of those from a time long past. A tall man with dark blue hair, tan skin, and a kind smile despite the imposing air about him. A curly-haired, red-headed woman with a sharp glare and a boisterous laugh. And a lanky, quiet man with shaggy black hair and a bag full of gadgets. Your other self smiles brightly and, with a laugh, turns his head to look back. You lock eyes. A high-pitched, piercing sound fills your ears, and the shining world before you glitches until its pieces are unrecognizable. When they unglitch, you are no longer surrounded by those endless worlds. You're now standing on a path, much like the rundown back streets of District 23. And before you is yourself, once again. Your other self is pitiful, writhing on the dirty ground. He calls out to the crowds of people that pass him by, even calling out some by name. Your other self begs for help from someone, anyone, but it's as if he is completely invisible. You are too. Meru, would you like to do anything here, or will you just watch?
If I can. Meru would... I don't exactly know how the mirror worlds and all that is functioning right now, if it's a hallucination or real or what, neither to see, but he would like to reach out for his other self, if that is possible. I mean, he is the only one who can see this version of him, apparently. So I think he would have this strong feeling of needing to do something, you know, like he can't just watch himself suffer again. He can't see that anymore, you know?
You reach a hand out to try and help your other self. However, the moment you do so, it's as if your presence itself was a fatal blow. In mere moments, the other you lets out a tired, pained cry, and then falls flat in a growing pool of blood. Silence follows, despite the constant shuffle of people moving around you, and the body, not even sparing you a glance. When you finally look up, you find that no one is around. You can hear the sounds of the city around you, but there is no one in sight. You are alone. And then the ground below you breaks. Fissures form all around you, and with a large crack, you open your eyes. Pulling away from the necklace. And you are back in the art exhibit. Perhaps you never even left. The darkness that had invaded your vision has finally dissipated. And Meru, when you come back to reality, would you like to describe how you are doing?
Yes. Meru had been fine this whole time, you know, even when everyone else struggled from the horrors of the ring and the auction and all of that. He was okay. But right now, Meru doesn't know how he's doing right now. I think he gasps when he's brought back to reality, like he had been holding his breath for just a bit too long. And I'm sure he wasn't actually looking at the pendant for very long, but that's how it felt. It felt like lifetimes, even, that he had been staring, witnessing everything. And he doesn't remember exactly what he was even doing before looking at the pendant. He's not sure where he is exactly right now, or who he even is right now. All he knows is that the rifle that he had strapped to his back is thrumming against his jacket stronger than it has in a long time. And so I think as the light, while the light has been restored to his vision, the others can probably see, if they're looking, that there is clearly something wrong when he finally looks up at his surroundings with this fear and confusion. There's even this lack of proper recognition in his gaze when he catches sight of the other managers. Like he's looking at someone who he can kind of recall the faces of, but not really know exactly who they are before his vision just unfocuses. And you can see the pixels of his prosthetic eye. They've malfunctioned to the point that the details of his sclera, iris, pupils, all of that are scrambled and unrecognizable. And the eyelid, it painfully twitches every time the horns on his head fire off, and internal shock to his senses. All of his prosthetics are completely decalibrated from this. Too much stimuli. And I think at that point, that's when he tries to lift himself up off the ground, but he's just trembling too hard and can't get up off of his knees. And he starts to kind of babble, like in increasingly strange and confusing phrases. He says things just like, everywhere I saw, I looked into myself. I'll die. Am I, what's going on? I need to leave. I'll die. And as he continues to say these increasingly frantic and strange phrases, he puts his hands to his head and presses the heels of his palms into his eye sockets after squeezing them shut, just completely discombobulated.
Almost as instantly, if I may act, Prior is going to move, still feeling the remnants of his ego's enlightened crumbling armor. He moves like a blur. He may not know the cause, but as he reaches up, he grasps Meru's palms tightly before Meru can hurt himself, and pulling them away so he can look Meru in the eye. That cold steel of the chain against his wrist. Meru feels it spark as his mind becomes focused, like an arrow flying through the sky as Prior speaks. Not on my watch. Not here. Not today. Ground yourself. We're with you.
I think it takes a second, but he mirror blinks a couple times as the internal wiring of his prosthetics try and recalibrate themselves to varying degrees of success. I mean, his left eye is able to put itself back together, pixel by pixel, and his right eye, which had been blown wide and dilated, slowly returns to normal as well as he blinks. And even the horns atop his head that had been sending all these rapid, frantic internal shocks also begin to slow to a slightly more manageable state as Prior's words and actions take effect. And eventually, there is that look of recognition when he stares at Prior, almost like he's surprised to see him, like he hadn't even noticed that Prior had even come close to him in the first place.
Easy.
Prior? What?
Good to hear from you again, Meru. I think you should not look at whatever is in your hand right now.
In my hand?
Hey, don't look at me.
Hmm?
Don't look at anything for a second. I'm just gonna reach down and close it. And Pryor's gonna try and use his foot to gently close the pendant.
You're able to do so.
All right. Are you okay? And Pryor is checking Meru's pupils for signs of brain damage because that is like the one thing you cannot ignore in the city.
I think whatever was about to happen has been, at least, for now, he looks like he's just hanging on.
Okay.
He's still shaking a bit.
Okay. Let me tell you what just happened, okay?
Uh-huh.
You were searching. You stopped for a moment. And then you started to speak with such conviction about you being in danger. Are you in danger right now? More than usual, I mean.
Danger? I don't know. We won, right?
We won. The danger is past.
Right. No, we won. Yeah. No, we won. I beat them. Right. I'm a manager. Right. Right. No, yes. I'm okay.
You are Manager Meru of the control team. You are our ever reliable voice of reason, our chef, our manager of all the little details that we cannot find within ourselves the capacity to handle as well as you. You look after us, and we look after you. You're here, we're here, we won, and we're going to finish what we started.
Right. No, yes. Yes, that's what we're going to do.
Good to have you back, Meru. Wouldn't be the same without you.
Thank you. And you can see his gaze has gone from frightened and confused to genuinely grateful. He's still confused, but he's put together enough now.
Pryor ignores the slightly bloody handprints he leaves on Meru's shoulders as he releases him from a very gentle grip, and then picks up the pendant and offers it to Meru.
I think Meru he'll hesitate for a second. But he has this feeling that he does not want anybody else to just witness whatever it was that he witnessed. So I think he'll snatch the pendant and pocket it, as he, gets to his feet and dusts himself off and tries to keep himself composed with a nod that is more for himself than anyone else.
Pryor nods his head, and turning back to Kai and Mix, he gives a secondary, more solemn but also more directed sign of affirmation that Meru seems okay, and he goes back to freeing the little siblings.
You are able to free them. The little siblings stand up. You can tell they've probably been here for... Well, you know they couldn't have been here for long, but the time that they've been here, they've probably not been able to move around much at all, as some of them seem to, like, cling to each other for support to stand. Their legs a bit shaky. Even so, though, in this state, they still look to you with deference. And you can just hear the, thank you, big brother.
Family looks out for family. The rest will be on their way to sink this ship eventually, but until then, I think you all have done enough. We're going to get you all to safety. And then we'll let some people earn their place, their station, and some new tattoos off the back of this overreach of a finger. And don't any of you forget, the middle's reach is longer than the ring's.
They cheer at that. Despite the state they're in, despite how exhausted all of them look, they all still let out a cheer and they say, yes! And they sort of, one of them almost like falls over and another one grabs them.
Good to see you're all in high spirits. I'll recommend your big brother gives you a proper party.
Oh, right! Big Brother Berg's having a party soon.
That's right.
They gonna be able to make it?
That soon. Well, let's make sure we can all make it then. You all know where to find it, right?
Yeah. We do. We were gonna head out there. We were just stopping in the port to restock.
Excellent. Well then, you'll have to let me know where I can go to drop in and pay my respects to the big brother. But first, we have a job to do. I need you all to fall in line, listen to my orders. I may have not gotten permission yet from your big brother, but I think they won't see this as a slight. And I doubt you all will either, will you?
Not at all. Family takes care of family, big brother. And you're a big brother, so...
Excellent. So they haven't scrambled your brains. Then let's get you all back to port.
They nod at that. And as you all turn to go, you hear footsteps. It's clear whoever is approaching isn't trying to mask their presence. The footfalls are slow. And there's also the sound of wheels accompanying them, as if someone is bringing something out. And you all see.
Yeah, Prior turns and plants his feet.
I've been waiting for you in the VIP room, guests. There is a familiar face before you all of the Maestro. And I think this is where we'll call our intermission and return
Okay.
Whew. All right.
with what will happen with her here.
Yay.
Thank you all for coming on out. We'll be back in 15 minutes. And I hope you're all excited.
Wahoo!
Wow.
Hello, everyone. We return from our intermission. Our managers have infiltrated the art auction on a gallery ship of the ring. After having bid and won on 2 of the pieces, including the final piece, the managers were granted access to the ring's corridor. They were found by the Docent, who they killed, and Meru peered in to the mirror worlds of the pendant looted from the Docent's body that had been round his neck. And now, the managers find themselves confronted by the Maestro. The Maestro looks at you all. And the 4 spotlights in the room for a moment flicker on, the light radiant as she throws back her head and her arms wide. And then they shut off into darkness. Can you all give me a DC 10 composure plus resolve to resist?
A DC what?
A DC 10.
That isn't real. I don't know if
10?
you've done the
A
math.
DC 10, yes.
So I guess we're all dead.
If I crit twice.
All right.
Nick, that's 4 successes. Kai, that's 4 successes. Meru, that's 2 successes.
I used up all my crits, I think.
Prior actually did pretty decent.
Prior, that's a 7 success crit.
Okay. Prior, upon seeing everyone, be pulled by this force, knowing that in this moment, it is complete annihilation they are fighting, he drops his feet. His blood-covered hands cannot be for nothing. All of this cannot be for nothing. His voice rises from deep inside of him and echoes, like the eyes on his face are repeating in tandem what he says. Face forward! Do not yield! Do not stop! There is no room for disobedience! Take your vengeance, or find your grave. My allies! Fight! And Prior is going to burn 4 points of willpower, and he is 1 point of willpower damage away from corroding.
But you all managed to keep standing in her presence as you hear the sound of chains and knees slumping to the ground. And all of the middle members are unable to do anything but marvel and wonder and horror at the sight before them. And can you all roll for initiative?
So this is what it's like to fight a maestro.
Meru, what would
Yeah.
you like to do?
Oh god, okay. Trying to think of what Mary would do. I'm scared to fight this person. Because I'm trying to think. We really, I don't do Justicia more than once per session, because that would be a little unfair.
I think I would argue against an opponent like this. There's
You can Justicia. You can Justicia. It
Okay.
makes sense to here.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I can do that. I can try Justicia.
I should say you can try Justicia.
Yeah. What would the DC be?
The DC for Justicia will be a DC 6.
Well, if I roll really well, then perhaps. And I don't.
Oh.
I could willpower. I'd become willpower impaired. And I'd have to get every single one or get a crit again. You know what? Why not? Why not? Maybe I'll get lucky. I don't. I guess Meru he tries to activate Justicia, but he's still coming out of his, frankly, almost having his mind completely broken. So he's still not completely there. And as he tries to will himself to activate his ego gift, he just feels a sharp pain in his head as it does not work. Which is great. All right. Well, I guess in that case.
What would you like to do instead?
It's a great question. I guess I could fire magic bullet anyway, but I have this weird feeling that it's not gonna go well. What would the DC be to hit her?
To hit her?
Yes.
It's a DC 6.
Okay. Okay. No, I have desperation. I forgot about that. I do have that. What is our danger anyway?
Your danger right now is free.
Okay.
Mr. DM, sir, is it 3 in this current
I
situation?
think your danger has gone up to 4.
I'll use my desperation.
You got this, King.
Come on, Meru, don't.
Okay.
What does the exclamation point mean again?
It means you would take a point of aggravated willpower damage.
Yep.
Ow.
So you will be doing.
Maybe Meru will spend another point of willpower, eh?
You know what?
Huh?
You know what? I'm already impaired. I'm
Huh?
not doing well. Sure.
Wow.
What's another aggravated point of willpower for the chance of a crit? My
Exactly.
greed knows no bounds, and I didn't get a
Yo,
but
but
more successes.
That is going to be 13 successes on
So that
DC
is-
6.
So that's 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 11 aggravated block damage.
Actually, that's 11 superficial damage, then halved. To
That's 6. 6 superficial damage ain't bad.
Meru.
Alright.
Oh, as you fire, you all feel this light wash over you, and you can heal a point of sanity damage.
Oh, excellent.
And Meru, you know Magic Bullet. You saw what it did to the Docent before. She does not look at all fazed by the bullet that has pierced her.
Mhm. That's
And hi, we go to your turn.
you know Kai's gonna go to attack. By the way, that healing, that was all of us, right? Let me heal a point of willpower real quick.
Yes, you
Oh,
all
yeah.
heal a point of willpower. You also all steal yourselves,
Oh,
and the next red damage you take will be halved.
oh, wahoo. Yeah, Kai. Honestly, probably a little discouraged by the fact that Meru had a really good shot and it did not do. I mean, it did damage, but not nearly as much as it has to other people. But he's still gonna run to attack. And slash at this person with his claws. You said it was DC 6 to hit?
DC 6 to hit her.
I wish I was in Berserker mode. Actually, can Kai Claude himself just to get that one last point of superficial so that he can...
You may.
Okay, thank you. It's worth it. Alright. You're kidding. Okay. Hang on.
Could always crit.
We're willpowering, yeah. These three.
You tried. So close.
Hi. The Maestro does not even seem to acknowledge you when you try to claw at her, even in your berserking mode.
Great.
And she takes her turn. She has this large paintbrush, almost as tall as she is, in her hand. And prior, she looks to you. And can you give me a DC 8 composure plus resolve? As she says, Do you enjoy my storage room and my soon-to-be art pieces?
Here's the thing. I got like 2 willpower.
I don't even know if willpower can save you with a. Oh, you could thwart it.
I'll take fear. Prior has fought long ago against Maestros. But he was a very different man with very different skills. And even compared to those, there is something about the figure before him that causes this fear to ripple under his skin, his muscles to clench, and the feeling of limbs quaking in limbs within him as he, for the first time in a long time, takes a step back with a pallid, terrified expression on his face.
She.
What are you?
I am a Maestro of the Ring of the School of Tenebrism. And you, big brother, are my next art exhibit. As she rushes forward and attacks 4 times each of you. Can you all give me a DC 6 Dex Athletics, except for Fire, who can give me a DC 8 Dex Athletics?
I do have a question.
To clarify, you said 4 times each of us. You meant once each.
No.
4 times.
Once each. She's attacking each of you once. She doesn't have that many actions.
She's attacking all of us 4 times. That's so we are dying. It's been a fun couple
I have a
months.
question. Do we still have the gift that Prior gave us, or does it not
Yes.
count anymore? We do.
You still have your gift.
Oh, good.
Okay. Sorry, what did you say the DC was again?
DC 6, DC 8 for Prior.
Oh.
You're kidding.
Hmm.
You're joking.
Does
I'm gonna
this
sink
count as
into
something with
aggravation.
desperation?
Yes, you can add desperation to this, Maru.
I
Actually,
will.
yes, it is a physical conflict.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Ah!
You're kidding.
Wait, I gotta re-roll that, right?
So you either fall into despair, which means you can no longer use desperation, or you overreach, which means you make a willpower reroll.
I'm making a willpower reroll. I need that desperation. I'm scared.
Mix got
I'm just
Oh.
I've fallen into despair.
it.
So,
Prior spending one of his last points of willpower. Please.
so, hi. 4 successes, DC 6. You take 2 aggravated red damage
Awesome.
as her paintbrush. The bristles seem to sharpen and they dig into your own scars as she brushes past you. And she says, I think I recognize that work of art.
Great.
Maru, 4 successes, DC 6. You also take 2 aggravated red damage.
Okay.
And you fall into despair, so you
But it's
can
half,
know.
right?
It's
From
half.
the
Right!
Yes,
We got resolve red!
yes, you got resolve. Oh my gosh, yes, please. Thank you so much. You all, thankfully, had a resolve for red.
Oh, wait, right. Also, I resist red damage, so that would have. It's basically the same anyway.
Yes.
No,
you're-
you resist red on top of that, actually.
Yes, so you take it as superficial. So Kai, you actually only took
One
One
superficial?
damage. One
Yeah.
superficial damage. Meru, you took, because you're having it, but you only endure it, so you're having it twice, so you did only take one.
Aggravated?
Yep, one aggravated.
Cool.
Mix with a crit. As she comes for you next, you're able to evade, avoiding her paintbrush. And prior, 6 successes on DC 8. You also take 1 aggravated damage.
The fear unsteadies his feet underneath him, and a blow that he would normally be able to dodge catches him in the chest as he becomes aware of how much slower he is.
And on top of that, you're also taking free bleed.
Cool, okay. Prior, the wound opens like a gash, like a canyon across his face and parts of his throat, and they begin to weep streams of blood.
And she nimbly steps back, admiring her handiwork. And Mix, we go to your turn.
Mix will shoot.
All right. Would you like to shoot?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What is the up?
To hit her, it's a DC 6. Seven crit on DC 6. That's going to be... for the first one, she'll be taking 4 aggravated black damage, which then gets reduced to superficial. So 2 superficial black damage. And the second one misses entirely, unless you'd like to willpower it.
Not this time.
All right. And up next, Prior.
Absolutely. Prior feels those blows rack his chest, and he stops and tries to breathe as the corrosion climbs down his arms and down his legs and under his skin. It feels like eyes are crawling across his face and over and under him, but he must hold on. However, Prior has to think critically. A question for you, Mr. GM, sir.
Yes,
Prior does have perfect memory.
he does.
If I am remembering correctly, the 2 other times we've seen this Maestro, they became so enamored. Actually, they became so enamored by Prior's rose that they literally seemed like they ignored the fact that Prior was insulting them to their face.
Yes, you are correct about that. She was indeed so enamored with the rose. She ignored that.
I'm gonna take a gamble. Prior. Ooh. Prior looks to Meru and says, can you hold her for a moment?
I can try.
Then try. Prior is going to break formation and make a Hail Mary sprint towards one of the spotlights.
Absolutely. You are able to do so, and what would you like to do when you make it there? And which one are you aiming for? There are 4 total in the room.
Whichever is the closest one currently.
Closest one to you? There's one right under you right here.
Yeah, he's going to slide, grab directly underneath it, leap up, try and grasp it in his hands. Could I make, like... Okay. This room... Wait. Okay, The docent kept talking about changing your perspective. He's going to try and look up and see if he sees anything on the ceiling.
You look up, and you can see a spotlight on the ceiling.
Okay. 1. And then he tries to think like an artist. He scans the room and sees if there's anything here this spotlight should be pointed at.
You are able to see... Well, you remember from before. You destroyed one after all. The statues of the middle siblings.
It's unthinkable and it's awful, and he'll have to atone later, but when does Prior not have to? As he leaps up and attempts to fiddle with the spotlight and point it directly at the statue.
All right. I will say, to do so with the spotlight and fiddle with it, I would give you the choice of intelligence or wits for the attributes, and tech or craft for the skills.
I shall take a craft and intelligence, if I may.
Absolutely.
I am going to throw... What's the difficulty?
DC free. Did not mean to cut you off there.
No worries. I'm going to throw desperation on this, even though I need chat to know if a single exclamation mark comes in. This is the last thing Prior's going to do before he corrodes.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
10 success crit.
Prior
And that's my
will
go.
not die here. This is how he survived. Before he had brute strength, even when he had brute strength. The best battle is the one that you win without ever needing to lift your hand. If this Maestro is so strong, then it is strength they've gained to cover up for their weakness. And what is that weakness? A weak, easily distractible, obsessive mind. And that is the exploitation in their crumbling armor he will exploit to bring them low. He would like to shine it upon the statue.
You are able to do so. As the spotlight comes on, and the Maestro looks at the light. You see her gaze at once goes to the statue, and that smile widens, her eyes shining at the true fear and helplessness in the eyes of those otherwise so boisterous and rambunctious little siblings. The Maestro will lose an action on her next turn, and she gains 5 stacks of sinking.
Prior drops low and ends his turn.
Meru, we go to your turn.
Okay. So, I'm trying to think. Shooting magic bullet didn't work too well. But what Prior just did work. Prior does not have the craft nor the intelligence to do the same thing. I am wondering though. Can I ask out of curiosity? What hypothetically, if I wanted to use my protective instinct ward, what would the DC be for that? A curiosity.
The DC for your ward would be, I believe it's based on power of your enemy. So this would likely be a DC 8 to be able to get that off.
Okay. That probably won't work. Man. So I only have... Is it not... Oh. I only have 6 dice. So I don't think that'll work, and I can't... There's no desperation I could add on to that. Okay. That won't work. Do I have to just magic bullet again? I am not... Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what the best course of action here is.
No, you're good. You could attempt to shoot her to distract her.
I could. I guess I could. You know what I could you know what I could do?
Yes.
I do have an ally.
You do have an ally. Would you like to call upon him? I could do that. I suppose I could do that. Would you like to call upon your ally?
If I call upon him, he's just gonna straight up shoot, right? I can't.
If you call upon him, I will roll a d10. If it succeeds, he will only aim at her. If it fails, he will shoot all 3 of you standing in the way of her too.
What? Wait. I can't slightly. Okay. Am I not allowed to go right here?
You can move.
Yeah, I'm like, please move.
You can move.
That was
but
about
it
to be
will
so
hit
evil of
mixing
you.
high.
What?
If you call him right now, and he
Okay, well,
fails,
fine. I guess I'm not calling on Durfacious. I can't have them get hit too. Because with his luck, he's gonna get 14 successes. I
He
can't
rolls
have
a
that
single
happen.
d10 to see if he succeeds or not. So,
And with my luck, he'll hit them. I guess I'll just fire magic bullet. Because I don't trust that guy. As far as I can throw him, and I have 2 strength, so that's fine. I will simply just shoot. Remind me of the difficulty.
the difficulty is a DC 6.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just shoot. With desperation. What was the what was her desperation at again?
4.
Okay. We're fine.
Oh, we're so fine.
Oh wait, no, never
Yay.
mind. I lied. I can't use desperation.
Yeah.
Oh, right, you are in despair.
I can't. I'm despairing right now. Never mind. I
Well,
can't use
I mean,
that. So I
you
don't.
can willpower
activate-
reroll. You would subtract 3
Yes.
successes, but you could
There,
willpower
my
reroll.
bad.
You'd
I
only
totally-
need
I totally had forgotten about that.
you would only need 1 success on your willpower to succeed on the bullet, though.
Yeah.
But do you want?
Yep.
Hey!
I make it. I make it.
You make it.
All right. So that's 9. Oh, right, you rolled 3 extra dice, or 4
That's
extra dice.
exactly 6. That's an exact beat. That's an exact
Exactly
beat.
6? Awesome. With exactly 6, you are able to hit her and do your 4 aggravated pale damage, or black damage, which is then taken as superficial and is 2 superficial after it's halved.
All right.
She once again seems to just brush it off. As the sound of Magic Bullet rings out. And Kai, what would you like to do?
I think, discouraged by his last attempted attack, and seeing that there seems to be a bit of a split consensus, Kai will follow Pryor's suit and try to run for a spotlight.
Absolutely. Are you going for the farthest one, the nearest one to you, the nearest one to her? Which one do you go for? Oh!
Can I ask a
yes.
question? Would it make a difference? Like,
It does not make a difference, no. But Meru, you also did proc that sinking when you
Oh.
hit her. So she does
Okay.
take... It does, she does take 5 sinking, which is then reduced to free.
Well then, yeah, Kai will run towards the spotlight the closest to him then, in that case.
This does, however, clear her sinking. I'll let you all know. Kai runs the closest to him? Absolutely.
Yes.
Can you give me either an int or wits, and then either tech or craft?
Okay, between tech and craft. Okay, then I will do an int craft, which isn't not really my strong suit. What's the DC?
The DC is DC free.
Okay. Alright. Oh my god. I'm gonna take a point of aggravated willpower
All right.
to attempt to re-roll this. You're joking? Okay. I seems to have lost his nerve. He I don't know. I think he had falsely believed that he pulled himself together after the docent was killed by Meru. But when the Maestro recognized him as a past artwork, I think that struck something deep inside of him, and he's almost too afraid to attack, like it's a learned fear response that is buried somewhere deep inside of him from a long time ago.
Kai, you are unable to turn the spotlight on. And we go back to her turn. She spends an action staring at the spotlight that is turned on. And when she does, she regains that 5 thinking. That was cleared by Meru. But then she seems to realize there are still people watching in the room with her. Or rather, artworks to be, as she first runs toward Meru. And she's going to raise that paintbrush and try to skewer you.
Ooh.
DC 6. And also a light washes over you all.
Okay.
And you all steel yourselves as all of you will have the next red damage source, and you all regain a point of sanity damage.
Alright. Alright. Is it DC 6?
DC 6.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. And I can't use inspiration, but I have that gift.
You do have your gift.
Right. Right. What was the I never changed the value. What was the value to that?
Oh, it's 2. It's a bonus of 2.
Oh, 2. Okay. Well, I was only using 1. Oopsies.
Now you have 2.
Okay. DC 6. We got this. Hold on. Hold on. We got this.
Hell yeah.
Listen, Meru does something really well, and it's jumping away and evading when he's scared.
Meru, you
Yeah.
are able to jump back and evade this. So you still have the next red damage source. As she sees you jump back, and she rushes in again to try to hit you a second
Oh.
time.
Oh my god.
Okay. Sure. What? Now, do I have to take a -1 to this?
You do.
Huh. And I don't have my not my willpower.
But you
Oh,
add your +2.
yeah, my
gift.
+2. Right, yeah. Right. Right. DC 6. We're fine. Just crit. Just crit. Or just get everything. Or do that. It's fine. Or we willpower and we get even closer to corroding. It's fine. Well, I failed.
You are taking 4 aggravated red, which because of resolve is half to 2. And because of your ego, it's halved again to 1 aggravated red damage.
Wahoo.
Okay. Okay, that's not bad. That's just okay.
The paintbrush swipes across at you as she says, that does tend to make most pieces become more cooperative.
I think at that Meru will he'll stagger back a bit, feeling he's kind of starting to get a little cornered here. But he thankfully was able to. He has a feeling that hit could have been a lot worse than what it actually was.
And she still has 2 actions left.
Right. Yeah, she does.
She sees the 2 of them over there, but I think she's focused in on you at the moment.
Oh my god.
As she raises it again.
Of course.
And goes to attack once more.
Right, yeah, naturally. Naturally. Right. Right. Worst time to be in despair. My god. Arrow. Okay, so now -2.
Now it's -2.
So if I crit and do everything perfectly, we'll be fine. D6, okay. This is fine. Willpower. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. This is not fine. This is not fine.
This time you aren't able to resolve and steel yourself as the brush cuts in, dealing 2 aggravated red damage.
Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot.
It does 4, but magic bullet halves it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think. God, how exactly was she attacking again?
She lunges forward with that brush in her hands as the bristles harden into almost spear-like tips. Is how she attacks you.
Right. Yeah. No, that absolutely has stabbed into him at this point. Like just like completely. He's still standing, but just barely able to stay on his feet. And I think also given the amount of willpower that he has taken hits to his sanity, I think at this point he's in despair. He's absolutely terrified that what he just saw in those mirrors, this is just another one of those worlds.
And she has 1 more attack as she raises the brush.
Oh god.
And she seems to notice that you aren't doing very well. As she says, I'd like to get a good look at your eyes underneath those bandages. And charges forward.
Excellent.
And you're at a -3 penalty this time.
Right. 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 Is it even... you know what? If I'm gonna get knocked out, potentially, I might as well try to live, you know? If I get 3 successes, 2 of them being crits, we clutch this. Right? No,
Rude.
we don't. No, do we? No, we don't even do that, do we?
No, you just need a crit. All you need is a crit. That's 4 successes.
Oh, just a crit. Oh. Well, we didn't get it. So,
Meru,
yeah, Mr. DM.
you just witnessed the fates of all those other versions of yourself in the mirror world.
Yes, I did.
You feel the spikes pierce through your ego as she then pulls the paintbrush out of you, and you are reduced to 0 health, knocked unconscious for now,
Yep.
but bleeding out if no one treats you, or if she's allowed to finish you off. But that is her turn. And how does Meru react?
I think at this point he kind of He simply crumples to the floor. I mean, he just got basically stabbed through. Probably stabbed right through the plate. Not right through it, but like right beside the plate that is in his abdomen area. Probably lifted it up a bit as it jabbed right into where his guts are. And he crumples to the floor when that's removed from his abdomen. And he tries really hard to think about what Prior had said to him when he, came back to reality basically after looking into the mirror worlds, but it doesn't work. He's just overwhelmed before he passes out with the thought that this was just another one of those mirror worlds he was witnessing, and he's still in that loop. And with that thought, he passes out.
Mix, it's your turn, and you can see the Maestro standing over Meru's unconscious body, holding the paintbrush, and you're right near her. What do you do?
It's tough. I don't really think they can get to Meru. And there's not really anything they could do to hurt the Maestro with their guns. They're right next to the Maestro too, so anything they do, they're gonna... Like, any kind of attack could be bad anyways. So... I think...
You can see that her eyes have darted and flickered over to where you are.
That's a bad thing. How do we get those spotlights working again?
There's one right near you. You can make me either your choice of int or wit and your choice of craft or tech.
And what's the difficulty?
Desperation would apply.
DC free and Mix's desperation would apply here.
What's the desperation level?
4.
We're desperate.
We are very desperate.
Okay. I guess before anything happens, I would ask, is the Maestro gonna go for the kill or no?
It looks as if the Maestro... You see the Maestro standing over Meru, but then you do see those eyes flicker towards you. You have a feeling she's trying to take each of you down one at a time.
Like, kill each of us one at a time, or like...
It looked
Just
as
to
if...
clarify.
You could give me a wit's insight to try to discern her intentions.
What will be the difficulty?
I would say DC 3.
Mix is not an insightful person, so they don't know.
You
I mean,
are
I think-
not.
Mm-hmm.
You are not certain her intentions. You also know you're not sure if you could stop her if she tried to.
That's true. That's true. In that case, Mr. DM. Oh, actually, now I think about it,
Yes.
I guess this is worth a question.
Absolutely.
Totally fair, if not. I'm curious how dual rules would work with Mira right now.
Ooh. If you take Meru into a duel, you do know you would be leaving Prior and Kai to face the Maestro alone. But you also know you would be able to heal Meru inside the duel. And that you both would be able to drop back in with Meru hopefully healed.
That's true. I think, plus, if her aim is to take us down one at a time, she is not. Either way, she's going to full focus on someone. Anyways. This way, it allows us to reposition. Plus, she'll probably move away from the area we're at, which means that Mix will not be literally right in her face.
Yes, you do have a feeling it looks like she's about to gun for you next.
So Mix will tap 2 fingers on the scales on their cheek, clap their hands, and then clasp them together, and bring Meru into a duel.
And Mix. Meru, you aren't aware of what's happening. But the two of you vanish from sight. And Mix, you are alone with Meru's unconscious body in the arena of snow and ice.
Yeah. Mr. DM,
Yes.
I'm gonna do a thing, if possible,
Absolutely.
because as far as I was made aware, we all had at least one ampule,
You did.
which means Mix is going to quickly make their way over to Meru's body, and search his pockets for his ampule.
You find his.
Snatch it out, and they've seen it enough. They don't need to have a perfect solution, but they at least need to get Meru at least awake at this point. Now, they don't have medicine, but because it's an ampule, might I argue it is a piece of technology?
You may. You can use desperation on this.
Cool.
And the DC for the ampule is free if you'd like to roll your int medicine and
Yeah.
use desperation.
Jesus!
Oh! Yo,
Power.
goated.
Oh my gosh! 7 success crit, DC free. That's
Yeah.
going to be, healing-wise, 4 plus...
2 for the unit ampules.
For
So that
the
would be
unit
6
2.
aggravated healing.
Yep.
Let's fucking go! Mix clutches it! Whoa.
Meru, you're completely back up to your
Yeah.
feet.
Okay.
How do you both want to describe this? How do both of you react as Mix, you inject Meru with the healing ampule, and Meru, you are fully healed.
So Mix has basically little in the way of actual medical supplies. What they need to do at this point is get the healing ampule into Meru's bloodstream, which they can't really just like force feed him right now, because that's a bit too much, a bit not, it's not gonna work, it's not gonna be fast enough. Mix needs to get this into his veins, but because it is technically, so ampules are normally used with a with the what you made, Jig, the gun thingy, right?
So they're the healing bullets that you all had
The
back in
healing
the facility.
bullets.
The healing ampules are little syringes that you can
Okay, they are syringes. Cool, awesome.
inject. Yep.
Awesome. Never mind. Cool. Then this makes it substantially easier. So in that case, Mix will immediately grab and tear off the magic bullet ego and rolls up Mira's sleeve. They vaguely remember where to inject the where the vein is. He basically guessing again. They are not practiced in field medicine, and they inject it and immediately wrap the injection site with a piece of cloth that they just rip off from Meru's shirt.
It is successfully injected.
Well, I think when Meru awakens, it's with a shock from his prosthetic horns that seemingly restarts his system, and now that he's recovered, physically recovered, I mean, enough for him to open his eyes, but when they open, he does look extremely frightened, especially after seeing the change in scenery. Not that he's never been here before, but he's not exactly in the best mind right now, considering he passed out thinking he was dying in yet another mirror world. So he'll open his eyes, and immediately upon seeing Mix, before realizing who exactly is in front of him, he'll immediately try to scramble backwards a bit.
Right. Mix kind of just stares, not kind of in disbelief that this worked in the first place.
Meru will stare back with frightened, still a frightened look, as and then takes a look around, and he's trying to recall. It's a familiar-ish place. He's trying to recall what's going on, because he passed out and the Maestro was right in front of him. Now he's awake in this icy place, and he's starting to recall, oh, that's Mix in front of him. But he's still a bit dazed.
And the two of you, as you stare at each other dazed in this realm, will cut back to the depository. Prior, Kai, you saw the two of them, and then they both vanished. You both have seen Mix do this. Both against enemies. And to save one another.
Prior is immediately overcome with relief. But that relief is short-lived as he realizes that there are now two of them. Prior looks to Kai, and with the most forceful, grim expression you've ever seen on Prior's face, he says, "Just like old times, huh?"
And Kai looks back at Prior, also with a bit of a grim expression, but does crack a slight smile when Prior says so. And just like old times, Kai will follow Prior's lead on this.
Keep her off me the best you can. I'll get these spotlights going. And Prior will turn and get to work on the next closest spotlight.
Absolutely. Give me that. For you, I believe it was a int craft roll.
Yes, it is. And
DC
I am throwing desperation onto this. I cannot afford to fail. I'll take the egg willpower if it happens. If he corrodes, he corrodes. Well, another point of aggravated willpower damage. He is back to being willpowered impaired, which means he's going to have a -2 dice penalty on future rolls, which just means he's going to need to use desperation. And that won't cause him to corrode. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. He succeeds.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Another spotlight turns on. And there are now two in the darkened room.
He swings it around and points it at another sculpture.
Absolutely. And Meru, we return to where you and Mix are in Snow Queen's arena.
Right. I think after a moment of gathering his bearings, he probably stands up, and as his memories of what has been going on, the fight and all of that kind of came back to him, and he's just like, we need to get out of here. We need to get out. He doesn't remember how the stool stuff works. He just knows that they need to get out now.
Mix is staring at Meru for a bit, just wide-eyed.
Mix, get us out of here. Get me out of here. Mix.
Right.
Nix, we don't have time for this. We need to get out of here now.
They hesitate. And then fear in their eyes, they just mumble, I lost.
And at those words, you all are transported back.
Whew. Okay, good.
The Maestro, the moment you come back in, does look to see both of you. And she just grins and says, that's a neat trick.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Well, let me think. Now what do I want to do? I have 2 dots of willpower until I corrode. But I'm not dying anymore, physically. Only mentally, just a bit. Listen. I'm gonna ask you a question, Mr. DM.
Yes. What would you like to ask?
A question I've already asked, and I'm hoping that now that I've almost died and been woken back up, that maybe you'll have in your ever kind heart, and more importantly, in Derfratius' ever fluctuating heart, will allow me to call on him without him having a chance of shooting everyone around me.
I will.
Thank you.
Derfratius might be fickle, but...
Listen, if Meru dies, he doesn't get what he wants anymore.
Exactly. He has a contract to uphold.
Yeah, and plus, like, Meru's been despairing so much. Like, isn't he happy to see that? Doesn't he want to see it up close and personal?
You're right.
Yeah. I know the guy. Yeah, he ultimately wished for despair, and he's getting it right now. From Meru.
As the portals begin to form, and you hear and she takes 4 aggravated black damage, reduced to superficial, halved down to 2 superficial black damage.
Listen, that's fine.
And then I do believe she takes an additional 10 sinking damage.
Yes! As she then takes that 10 sinking damage, which, we grab that here. She looks when the portal forms. Her eyes alight as she spreads her arms wide again, as if, like, embracing the performance. And you all once more feel the light wash over you, as you can all heal a point of sanity damage.
Oh, Prior needs it.
And she then, when she takes that damage and the portals once again close, her head was craned upward, transfixed once more by those spotlights. You can all see that her eyes that were sharp before have started to become hazy, distracted.
We're making ground. Don't give up now.
And Kai, we pass to your turn.
Okay. Kai's rolls are not that good for the spotlighting, so I think he's going to go for an attack
Absolutely.
against the Maestro. And he is back in Berserker mode, so... Wahoo. What is the DC to hit again? Sorry?
DC 6 to hit her.
6. Okay. I'm gonna use my last, willpower for falling into Okay, win!
Let's go.
That is a critical hit. 8 successes. And you are currently berserking, so that would be 5 plus 2 aggravated red damage. So 7 aggravated red damage that she then reduces. So she will be taking instead 7 halved to 4 halved to 2. But you can see when you hit her this time, damage is actually done.
Ooh.
As she begins to bleed.
I think Kai feels like he's finally gotten his head screwed on straight, and can contribute in this fight, at least to some extent, holding her off while Prior and Mix work on the spotlights.
And she'll take her turn. She once more glances over to see that Meru has risen again. And she sort of hums a bit as she says, That's a neat trick. Is that one you can do again? As she rushes in front of Mick.
Oh.
Pop you, Kai. And goes to stab you with the paintbrush. And can you give me a DC 6 Dex Athletics to avoid?
Yeah.
And a reminder for you all that you all were able to heal a point of sandy damage. Five successes on DC 6.
Yep.
Mix. You take 4 aggravated red damage. But you still have your resolve up, because I don't believe you have been hit yet. So
No.
that's going to be halved to 2. And from the sword sharpened by tears, halved again, so you're only taking 1 aggravated red damage.
Gotcha.
Though you are now, I believe, impaired.
Gotcha.
And she takes her second action and goes to attack you again.
Wow.
That is agony. That is agony incarnate.
That is 5 successes on a DC 6. Would you like to willpower?
I cannot.
You cannot.
Well, I could, but I don't want to.
In that case, you're hit again. I believe there were 2 red resolves, though, so your second one goes off, which means you have the 4 down to a 2. You have it once more from the sword sharpened with tears as you take another point of aggravated red damage.
Surely there's not one more attack coming. There's one more attack coming.
She has one more attack. And she raises it. And she goes, "Ah, you all are so terrible. I wonder what sort of art you can make. And you can give me a DC 6 as she comes at you again. And remember to minus the dodge dice."
Yeah. Yeah, so at 4 now. This is where something bad comes in. Mr. DM,
Yes. Oh,
Ooh.
absolutely.
the butterflies, the Mix's so-called partner, will be called upon to cause the... I have a suggestion for who it would be, because I think it makes sense.
Absolutely. Who would you like to suggest?
Mara's right behind me.
Meru.
That's fine. That's fine. You
Mix.
can.
The sharpened brush goes for you, Mix. You know if you get hit with this again, likely you won't be standing for much longer. And then there's the flutter of wings in your ear. And it's almost as if you're lifted. Surely not. Surely you were able to just dodge in time. But it feels almost as if you were lifted aside as the brush stabs through Meru instead. And Meru, you take 4 aggravated red damage thanks to your ego, halved to 2.
We're right, because we're going to assume that Meru put his ego suit back on, right?
Yeah,
I
I don't think
imagine.
Mara would
I
have
imagine.
thought
Good. Yeah,
Yeah,
about
because
it.
I just remember I had a scary thought where I was like, wait,
Mix pulled
but
out
no.
Mary's sleeve, right?
No,
That
he
was-
took the jacket off.
Oh.
He took the jacket off, and then Meru's jacket was taken off.
Well,
I imagine you were able to put the jacket back on.
Okay, cool.
it was chilly.
Cool. So 2?
2.
Okay.
And as she goes to stab again, she catches sight of both spotlights and is transfixed, losing her last 2 actions. Mix, it's your turn.
Mix will now try and get the spotlights working.
Absolutely.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
You can
You
run.
said, yes, sir?
Yes, you may use desperation. You're able to run past her because she is distracted at the moment. There are 2
Gotcha.
spotlights on the other side of the room.
Difficulty 3, correct?
Difficulty free.
Gotcha.
Five successes, difficulty free. You do take a point of aggravated willpower damage, but
Alright.
you're able to turn the third spotlight on. And Prior, we go to your turn.
Beauty is truly in the eyes of the beholder. But you only have so many eyes to gaze upon it. And you only have so much time to look. I told you, didn't I?
Oh, she looks towards you, tearing her eyes away for a moment from the spotlight.
Prior meets her gaze as he runs his hands over the last spotlight. Ooh, boy! Oh! Prior runs his hands over the last spotlight, throwing everything he had into grabbing it and twisting the light. And as it shines over her for a moment, as it travels towards the last statue, he speaks oh so clearly. The statues and the dead aren't the only thing that wilts and ages under the light. And it doesn't matter much what he says, as the whole array of brilliant spotlights lights up 4 statues, each in a different corner of the room, dragging her focus in all directions at once.
Those eyes flit around, transfixed by these spotlights and the art in the room. As she simply stands there basking in the glow, not even seeming to hear your words, Prior. Beautiful, absolutely incredible, these masterpieces. Meru, you can hear her. You have a feeling that she is focused right now on the spotlights alone.
Yes. Well, now's a great time to magic bullet, I think.
Absolutely. You can go for it.
Just to make sure if he's allowed to just kind of... just to get that proper angle that's not in the way of his 2 fellow department heads.
You're able to get that proper angle.
Thank you. Now, what was the DC again?
A DC 6.
DC 6, okay. Now, I have a question.
No, I think you and I were about to ask the same thing. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Meru had been in despair.
He had.
But his the way to get out of despair for him is through pride, right? Am I correct on that?
You are correct on that.
Would it be fair to say that seeing, despite everything that's happened to him, seeing her so foolishly be caught up in these spotlights, giving him the perfect angle to hit her at would maybe bring him out of despair? Perhaps seeing the damage that's been done to her, despite all of her status and all of that, perhaps.
It would.
Oh,
It would.
you.
This woman
Thank you.
is so much more powerful than you. Reduced to this mess.
Okay, well, excellent. I'm adding my desperation again. All right, come on, Meru. That is a hit.
That is 7 successes on a DC 6 for... That would
5
be
black?
5 black damage. Reduced down to
3.
3.
But I do believe that there's a lot of stacks of sinking upon the Maestro right now.
That there is. That moment when the bullet hits. The Maestro takes 20 sinking damage. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Tears begin to pool in her eyes as she starts to laugh, transfixed, unable to move from the spotlights, and almost calling out to the art pieces. This performance, isn't it wonderful? Don't you want to join in too? Frozen forever, like this, with this expression on your face.
Friar, seeing the opportunity, goes, "Can't you see yourself as one of them? Can't you see yourself posed forever?"
To become a piece, to make a piece. It's all part of the performance, isn't it? It's so beautiful.
Friar sees the Maestro crying, gibbering. Can Prior start moving to the siblings and trying to shake them out of their stupor?
Absolutely. You can do so. You can shake the siblings out of their stupor.
Prior looks to the manager and says, I should ask,
Yes.
is the Maestro still engaging us in combat?
It looks at this moment as if she has no interest in fighting all of you. She's too transfixed, looking up at the spotlights, tears pooling down her eyes.
Okay,
You
Prior
all
looks
have
at every...
a feeling, however, that if
She
something
might
were
not
to
stay this way
pull,
for long.
Yes, if something were to pull her attention away.
Prior turns to everyone and he just mouths, "Fleet, we're leaving now. We're leaving now." He starts to pick the siblings up, shaking them by their chains, and trying to get them to their feet and out of the room.
They kind of shake their heads and they're like, are we fighting her? Like, they look ready to try to go up and like punch her and start attacking her.
Prior grabs one of them by the chain and says, "If you snap her out of it, I will snap your neck myself. We're leaving."
Yes, big brother. And they all rush out of the room at your command.
Prior counts their heads as they go. And there's one more thing he has to look for in here, his art pieces.
Yes, you see she has left them by the door. You can see the art pieces, the one of the little brother and the one of the angel and the human. I'm sure you'll have time to inspect your art pieces after. But you know that...
He's getting the fuck out of Dodge. Prior is there like a service elevator or something that Prior can ride them out on?
You all are in the rings corridor.
Oh, fuck.
You
No,
all know...
you're right. There's nowhere. We have to get back.
You have to run out the way you came. But...
Fuck it. No, go ahead.
You're all running out, I imagine. Because I imagine none of you try to snap her out of it, right? None of you. Or
No,
one of you like to try.
No, absolutely not. Mary was booking it out of there the second he gets the cue to go.
As
Jesus.
you all run out of there, you notice there's no one in the corridor. And as you all run through the once full gallery, you notice there is no one there either. But on the horizon, as you all make your way out, you hear faint music coming from the lake.
Great.
As a fleet of ships is headed full speed at this one, and you all realize now why the gallery is empty. As the members of the ring, still here, have assembled on the deck. You have a feeling
Fire.
the middle isn't here for all of you. Oh yes, please, go right ahead.
No. Prior sees the ships on the horizon, goes to cheer, chokes back a terrified gasp, clears his throat, and just goes, go, 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 pulling his, like, cart with the art exhibits behind him.
I'll let you all know now, they are not here for the four of you. Which I imagine you all are very thankful.
Yes, thankful but still running.
Yeah.
You see a blur of pink and purple. As you all then run to the port with the siblings you rescued.
Woo! Prior
siblings are
wants
cheering.
to say, yeah, Prior wants to say we should not have survived that, but in front of the little siblings, he just smiles brightly, running a hand through his hair. He gestures to all of them and says, and that's why, when someone fucks with our family, we raise ourselves tall, proud, and display our hearts. Excellent work. Give me a moment to consult with my associates.
Of course, big brother. And they kind of back off to give you all a moment.
We should not have survived that. That was... excellent work, everyone. We did a very good thing here today. We did a very, very good thing. A very... Prior notices how red his hands look under the sun and hides them behind his back. Let's try and... I understand our resources are limited, but we have to save these art exhibits. These are no way This is no way for people to suffer.
Kai absolutely nods. So, I'm sorry, I'm totally blanking for whatever reason. I know that we have, or I assume we still have 2 of them. Are there others that we managed?
There's the one. I believe there was the one little sibling we bid on, and then there was the angels, right?
Yes, the angel and the human. The angel of flesh.
Taking half, can Prior just expend a healing ampule and reset the angel out of their state?
You may use a healing ampule on... There are 2 people, so it would have to be... It'd have to be one for each of them.
Yep, he's gonna start with the angel. It's gonna be painful. He is going to remove them from the apparatus and then hit them with a healing ampule.
You remove them. As you do remove them, they shudder in pain. You also notice they do have these nails in their skulls. But I imagine while painful, you can remove from them.
Prior is not unfamiliar with torture, and he has the skills to remove and then inject the healing ampule before any significant damage is done.
Absolutely. You're able to hold, to heal both of them.
Yep, Prior expends 1 healing ampule. He does look back at the group and says, he takes out his 2nd ampule and goes, I need 2.
Yeah, sorry, Kai could heal the little sibling or just give Prior one of his healing ampules?
Would Kai give Prior one of his healing ampules?
I mean, Kai would also just be willing to do the healing himself. I think he has a higher dice pool for that. But, like, you know, whatever.
No. Please, if Kai wants to heal the other poor subject of the ring,
absolutely.
Right, as I will leave the stage to you, as Prior cradles the form of the poor soul who had been turned into an angel, and with the injection of this green liquid, their body seems to almost instantly snap back into a recognizable form. How does Kai handle the other?
Since they are now... I'm healing the person that was attached to the angel, no?
Yes, the human.
Right. Now that they are separate, I feel this person is probably in more pain. You know, the angel was healed, but this poor person just had someone that was attached to them ripped off, so I think Kai will make quick but careful work of just getting them back to the state that they were in before. I guess he could also take half for its int medicine, and he has... That's a dice pool of 7, so it's half 3 or 4?
With int medicine, if he has 7, half would be 3.
Okay, I guess I'll just roll then? Or is that enough?
That would be enough because it's a DC 3.
Okay, then yeah, I'll just take half then.
All right. You are able to do so.
All right.
It looks as if both of the people are incredibly shaken. They don't really seem capable at this time of saying anything, as they sort of just embrace each other, looking lost.
Now, Prior turns to the little siblings. And as he does, his eyes narrow and he says, "Siblings!" And he snaps twice.
They all step up, and they all keep looking towards also the sculpture of the one sibling you were able to retrieve.
These two.
Yes.
They are my guess. I need you to look after them for a little bit. At least until I'm able to return to port. You would treat them with the same respect, but not deference, you would treat me. Consider them part of my family. Do you understand?
Understood. They nod their heads, and they're very gentle, it seems. It looks like the two are struggling to, figure out how to react. There's like a little bit of dull surprise on their faces as some of the little siblings one of the little siblings notice the fact that neither of them are clothed, and they kind of start looking around.
For goodness sakes, get some decency on them.
Do you have any extra? One of them just goes up to a nearby store and just. I imagine the shop owner there, recognizing the chains, doesn't protest when they go over, grab some robes, and throw them over these two humans.
Hi. Let's try and do some old-fashioned treatment on this little sibling. They're tougher than most. They should be able to handle this. And I think it's time for a good old-fashioned medicine roll with Prior and Kai and Meru maybe working together?
Yes, Meru, would you like to assist them?
Meru can pull himself together enough to do that, sure.
Mm-hmm.
He's good when he's focused on a task.
So sorry, this is both Kai and Prior rolling, and Meru's assisting Prior? Or
I believe
Kai is the
I'm
highest
rolling
roll.
and I'm getting
Kai should
two
roll.
assist die? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Kai.
Actually, wait, this is a new
assist dice.
This is a new scene, so actually, we may not have, Prior will mutter, we may not have healing ampules, but this is a new scene, correct?
It is. It is a new scene.
And Prior will attempt to, and I assume our danger's back down to 3.
Yes, your
Or is it
danger has
remaining?
gone back down to 3.
Okay, I was like, okay. Prior withdraws a group of dull stones linked together into a bracelet. And as he presses them against the little sibling, he nods to Prior. Kai's going to get a +2 bonus to his medicine roll.
Wow,
All
zowie.
right.
Is that
So
is
that'll
it-
be, in addition, so +4 dice total.
Okay, great. And I'm so sorry, Mr. DM. What is the DC again?
The DC for the int medicine would be, it's being done without a
An ampule.
healing ampule.
Yeah, we're trying to see if we can do it without an ampule.
DC 5.
Okay, but +4 dice bonus? That's not bad.
Yep,
Notice
plus 4 dex
not.
bonus.
Okay, sick.
Hey, Craig. You are able to remove the film or whatever is covering this little sibling, and you're able to get him out of what he's trapped in. You notice that it seems to be hardening. It looks like you were able to stop it before it completely encased him to a point where no one would have been able to get him out. And you both can see the fear on his face, the like wide-eyed look as he just goes, ugh. And it's like kind of breathing heavily, looking around, panicked.
I know Kai's the one who healed him, but I was gonna say Kai probably kind of like nods at Pryor, like it's your little sibling, sort of. Like you'll be better at talking to him. Yeah.
Pryor places a hand on the little sibling's shoulders and goes, "Easy, breathe. My name is Big Brother Pryor.
Big brother,
You're back in the port. You're safe. The rest of your little siblings are over there. They can explain everything that happened."
he looks over to see the rest of the little siblings, who are fussing over the couple, and they kind of look up and there's relief on their faces when they see that he's no longer trapped in the sculpture.
He smiles. Go be with your family, kid. And treasure it. You never know how long it lasts, but when you have people watching your back, it's longer than you'll expect. Dismissed.
Thank you, big brother. And he runs over to the rest of the siblings who all go to embrace him, leaving you all with each other for a time. The siblings aren't going anywhere. They're still there. They seem to be worrying over the two that they've been given instructions by a big brother to look after.
Pryor does turn and say, "Listen, we're heading back to the facility after this, right? I mean,
You better be.
I think there's room. There's room in the RV for like a couple sleeping bags on the
Pryor.
floor, right? I'm just look at them. Look at them. They've been through a lot. Look, I don't know where the ring dragged them from, but if we solve our problem, we'll have all the space. Look, I'm just saying. I haven't asked in weeks. All right, I've been very well behaved.
That's debatable.
Yeah, okay, fair.
I do not think we have... I don't really have the mental capacity to have this conversation with you, frankly. Can't they just stay here?
It's my car.
We're going on a
No.
boat, first of all.
We're not bringing them with us.
Pryor sucks in air through his teeth. And as he exhales, he says, "All right, I see this is a conversation we'll have to have later. Regardless, the little siblings will take care of them until we get back to the port. We're gonna have to take a route back through this place one way or the other.
We can talk about it later.
Yes.
Preferably when I'm not bleeding from my gut. Just putting
Yeah,
that
we
out
should.
there. Yeah.
Oh my god, wait.
Yeah. No.
Oh, whoa, when did that
Yeah.
happen? Pryor actually
was
did
saying-
not.
You know, after I almost died or whatever happened, I don't even know. I don't know, came back and immediately got hit again. Yeah.
Oh, that looks... I mean, it actually doesn't look that bad. And almost as Pryor looks at it, as Pryor looks at it, I believe a redeem just went off.
Yes, as you look at it, light washes over, and you can all heal a point of health damage.
Oh, well, maybe it doesn't feel as bad as it did a minute ago. It is still a point of aggravated, so it is still bleeding, but...
Yeah. It does, literally, Meru looks down and it looks slightly better, and he goes, it looked a little worse from a distance. It's a conversation for later.
Yeah.
Alright. Kai, do you mind?
Yeah, can Kai just,
Heal Meru up?
yeah, yeah.
Yep, you can make me an int medicine check. Only DC. Oh wait, it's an aggravated one, so that would be a DC free.
I still have that gift though, right, from prior, so I've got...
You do.
Yeah, okay. The +2 die. And I'm so sorry one more time what the DC was.
DC free.
3. Okay. Great.
Meru is all healed up. Meru's
That's
all healed
bestie,
up.
dude. That's literally BFF.
Oh.
You're
Yeah,
able
no,
to
that's
tend to
true.
him. I will
That's
say, you can notice, Kai, you yourself are struggling a bit, and you would also notice that Mick seems to be not doing too well physically.
I would definitely heal up Mix. If someone else ends up bandaging Kai after he's done, he wouldn't protest, but he's not going to focus on himself.
Pryor will wait till the end. I'll just roll in advance for bandaging Kai up.
Absolutely. And if you'd like to roll a bandage
Give
mix,
assist. I haven't. I
Yeah.
can give somebody an assist.
you can assist
I
both
think-
of them.
Yeah, I think because they aren't happening at the same time. They're happening one after the other.
Oh, okay.
And I believe Pryor did roll a 5 on his gift roll, so he actually has a copy of it for himself as well. Yes, I did. I rolled.
Yes.
Yep. Goat. So Mary's helping out both of us?
Yes.
Awesome. And then what's the DC to heal up Mix? Is it also 3? Or...
Mix's DC would be a bit higher. Mix's would
Okay.
be at... it would be at 3, but you would need free successes for each point of aggravated that Mix has, which is free.
Okay. I'm gonna willpower them.
Oh, you
Absolutely.
also would have had gotten one additional dice because Pryor would assist you as well.
Oh.
Yeah, he's not going to be bandaging well. You can just roll 1 dice, I think.
Okay. I'll just... Boop. Oh, cool. Okay, so that's
All right.
5, and then I'm still gonna willpower reroll the
Hell yeah.
original. Okay, so that's 7 out of 3. So that's
that would be
2 points of
two egg
aggravated.
healed.
Yep. Mix, you heal 2 aggravated damage.
And then, what is Kai's? Kai's DC starts at 3, and then I guess it just depends how much over Pryor gets, if at all.
Yes.
He is going to throw Desperation onto this, because that's Kai.
OMG.
Aw.
I'm not going to spend willpower. I'm sorry. I am so close to corroding right now. It's
That's
not
okay,
even funny.
Goat. Don't even worry about it.
Hi, you are able to heal, that's your superficial, so DC free. You can heal 3 of those.
Okay, sick. Awesome.
The little siblings are clearly, again, not going anywhere at the moment as you're all tending to each other's wounds. They seem to realize that was an intense fight. Knowing the middle, as you do, especially in Pryor's case, you also have a feeling that they're all probably feeling very frustrated by the situation they were in. But they are all waiting. They all look very relieved. And Do any of you
Prior-
decide to approach them or say anything else to them?
Prior is going to approach them now. He is the big brother of the group. And as he does, he nods his head and goes, "All right. Now that you're all free, I have a couple questions for you all."
Yes.
Excellent. Firstly, is it common for the ring to be spotted out in these waters? Sure wasn't last time I came around.
They all shake their heads, and one of them goes, "No, I have no clue why they're on our turf." And another one goes, "Yeah, no, we were just, like," he kind of points at one of the little sisters next to him. "We were just hanging out, and we got attacked by a bunch of them. They're not supposed to be in these waters."
No, they're not. I knew about the corridors, but... Any of you know anything about those mirrors? I expect not, but...
They all look confused at that and kind of shake their heads like, "I don't know what mirrors you're talking about."
Well, Pryor shakes his head and goes, "Now onto the real important questions. This party you're all heading to, Big Brother Berg.
Yes.
How long has he been in these waters for? From what I heard, he wasn't the Big Brother normally found in this area, and I'm guessing that wasn't him."
No, that must have been Big Brother Ricardo. They kind of look over in the direction of where you all came from. You all cannot see what's going on over there, and it's probably for the best that you can't. Big Brother Berg's been here fairly recently. They kind of look like they're trying to calculate, but they're not really sure. Heard he was from the west, though.
neurons. Yeah, yeah. No, west, yeah, makes sense. Alright. Well, this party he's throwing seems like it's given a chance for everyone in the port to get to know him. Seems like he's calling the middle from all over. Is a big deal?
Oh, yeah. He's been planning it for months. It's a really big deal.
Alright, well.
There's gonna be a cake and everything.
Well, color me impressed. Berg managed to string it along to the... Pryor stops his muttering before he overplays his hand and instead clears his throat and goes, "Berg sure deserves it after all his hard work." What do you all know about Berg?
Yeah. They kind of look a little confused, and they like nod at that, and they're like, "Yeah, no. From what we know, he's worked really hard."
Anything about him that you'd like to say? As a big brother, I want to make sure that when I meet him, I know the kind of man I'm dealing with.
Well,
You know,
I mean,
family to family.
they kind of all sort of look at each other like they're not sure exactly. They're kind of like, well, I mean, Big Brother Berg's family. We've heard that he trained under someone else and took a lot of... They kind of look like stumped for a moment, like they're trying to think of the right word to describe it.
Family's family. I give you all permission to tell me what's on your mind. Ain't gonna be considered a slight. I ain't gonna tell no one.
They pause for a moment and then say, well, he's got a lot of quirks. Is that kind of the sort of word? They kind of look like they're not sure if that's like an insulting word or not to say about a big brother.
Quirks is a fine word to use for Berg and no other big brothers. But what kind of quirks are we talking about here?
Well, he tends to take on his own vengeances. I mean, I was used to, I was expecting we were going to get given a lot of chores to do, but he usually likes to do them himself. I mean, not that he doesn't have us do stuff, but usually he handles it on his own. And we've noticed he doesn't always... He tends to just dole sometimes vengeances out immediately. I mean, everything gets done like it's supposed to, like we're all supposed to, But he seems sometimes hesitant to put them in the book. Like he wants to handle it on his own.
No kidding.
Which, of course, is fine. He's a big brother, after all, and we're just here to support him how we can.
Yeah. Well, you're a good family. Good family. Right.
They seem pleased at that.
I do appreciate your time. One last thing, though. We were heading out that direction ourselves. Prior will take out his tablet and opening up the little communicator pad, I should say, that we got from the Eurodva, and he is going to open up its notes and say, "You mind giving me the directions from here to the port? Or here to his boat, rather. I must have lost the invitation."
Yeah. They kind of look and they go, I mean, the boat's been moving around a lot. They always do, especially when you're on the Great Lake. But right around here should be when the party's being held. Or where the party's being held.
Yep. All right. That makes just sense for me. And he'll record it down, tuck it back, and go, "You all have been very generous help.
We're happy to be of assistance." They kind of, cheer at that, and they say, "If there's anything else you need, big brother, if you need us to, I don't know, do anything for you, we'll keep an eye on these folks here." They kind of look to the two. At this point, the two that you've rescued from the art exhibit, they're both huddling, even though they have two separate robes, they're both kind of huddling under them, shared together. It looks like it's still a struggle for them to talk. One of them, the one who was the angel, seems to be trying to mouth something at Prior, but no words are coming out for the moment.
Prior will come up to them and get low so he can try and read their lips.
Would you like to make me a wits insight at DC free?
Oh, well, Prior automatically, he almost automatically fails, but I could just get the greatest crit ever seen. No.
You know what?
Prior.
Oh, sorry, what were you about to say?
No. Prior can't read what they're saying, but the intention is enough for him to gently lay a hand on their shoulder and say, "I can't guarantee what happens next, but these people will keep you safe for a little while. And then I'll do my best for you. Just let me bear your fears and your worries. Keep trying for one more day, all right? I'll be back."
They shiver a bit you see the one who was once the angel hesitate, then kind of give a slow nod, while the one who is the human sort of cowers a bit behind them.
I do notice the hesitance, though.
You
Is
do.
going to look at Meru the most. Well, actually, who's the most insightful of our party? Is it Meru or is Kai more
No,
insightful?
Meru has 0 insight. It's got to be Kai.
One of us has insight.
Hang on.
It's Kai. It's Kai.
Yeah. I have 3 dots, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Prior will look at Kai and sort of walk over and say, I think the one I rescued is trying to say something, but I can't quite make out what it is.
Hmm. Yeah, and Kai will roll. It's insight and what? Is it wits?
Wits and insight.
Okay, wits. Alright. What's the DC?
The DC is DC free.
Alright. He's only got a dice pool of 5, so let's hope.
Well.
Whatever. No, it's fine. I don't. Kai doesn't care about willpower. You're
No! Listen. I do have 3 wits. If I get all successes, I could try. Just saying.
Would you like to try?
Kai's like, I can't read lips. Like,
Give me a second. I have no insight, but it's fine. I'll just get all successes.
I mean,
No, it's fine. It's okay.
like, okay, you can totally shoot me down on this because I know I just rolled, but like, could Kai help Meru out, or is that eliminated as a possibility because Kai just rolled horribly?
I would say if Kai hadn't rolled, Kai could assist.
All right, well,
Okay.
oh well.
Okay, watch this.
Oh my gosh.
Meru!
Meru, with
Yeah.
a
Yo, what's up? I
My
can read
goat.
lips.
you can see that it looks like they're trying to mouth basically a sort of, especially with a crit, you can see it basically looks like they're trying to mouth like a thank you of sorts from being freed. It also looks like they're trying to mouth a sort of like a thank you, but then also convey a sort of like fear of like being left here. They look very nervous about all of you, but they also look really nervous about, you know, the siblings they're left with.
Okay. Meru has the worst headache right now, but he'll be able to read their lips, and then he'll sigh, and then turn to the 2. Or, by the 2, I mean Kai and Prior, and say they're thanking us, and if I suppose maybe we can talk later about what to do with them. They seem a little nervous about staying here.
Aw.
Prior will say, siblings,
Yes.
I think we're all famished. Where do you recommend taking a big brother for a meal around here?
They all light up at that and kind of look around, and they're like, I think it's gotta be, which of the places?
Well,
They
regardless, I did this favor for Smee, so we can make sure we tell them that it's on Smee's on.
They all cheer at them, they say, yay, on Smee's on! And then they go, okay, what about, there's one place called, I think, the Red Parrot, that's really good.
Let's
There's
do
a
it.
better place.
Come on,
there's some
everyone.
other places too, but
Hey, if it was the first one that came to mind, it's got to be the first choice in your heart. Let's talk over food.
they nod at that and they'll start. You notice, especially as they, start to realize that they're back, they're freed, and that the big brother here is one they can rely on. They've gone back to seeming much more relaxed, these little siblings, as they excitedly and energetically lead the way towards the place they recommended. And managers, I think this is where we'll call the session to a close. As you all head toward the Red Parrot for some food, and one of them sort of goes up to, hangs back a bit to go up to Pryor real quick and say, so this place is a bit of a tourist trap if you're not from U Corp, but we know the good things to order here and the good deals you can get.
I'll be taking your recommendation.
They grin at that. And as you all head there, managers, are there any final thoughts on your minds?
I think, just because if Murray doesn't speak right now, like in general, he's gonna think and he doesn't want to think. I think as they all walk towards the restaurant, he'll kind of nudge Pryor with his elbow and he'll say, reminder, you probably want to wash your hands before we go in the restaurant, just saying.
Pryor looks down at his arms and realizes how quickly he forgot. Yeah, that'll be the first thing I do when I get there.
It better be.
Thank you.
But thank you for earlier. That's all. And he'll quickly walk ahead of Pryor without letting him respond.
Pryor turns to Kai and gives an appreciative nod. And then turns to Mix and does the same.
I is quiet because a lot just came back to him that explains some things that he didn't fully understand about himself for a long time. But in the same day as those realizations came, he also got a form of closure, so he isn't entirely sure how well he's going to end up dealing with all this when it finally hits him, but he's doing okay now. And he will keep up with Meru, and he will keep up with the rest of the gang walking to the restaurant.
Mix drags behind. They only have one thought in their head. Maybe Nero was right.
And on that final thought, this is where we'll bring our session to a close. Thank you all for coming out. We had such an awesome time